Chapter 1287. You recognize me? Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow when he heard Xingdong's words as he slowly asked. Sir, when you fought against the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, I was one of the people you saved from the western valley of Ping Mountain. After that, I helped you to defeat the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley. Only then did I recognize you. Xingdong hurriedly recounted the events that had occurred between him and Xiao Yin when he heard this. The latter immediately came to a sudden understanding upon hearing these words. After that battle, Xiao Yin had once again distributed quite a number of medicinal pills to them. Hence, a portion of them had already reached the origin transformation stage and above. This Xingdong in front of him could be considered to have benefited quite a lot. However, Xingdong's grandson had died at his hands. This matter was probably, I see. It was all thanks to your assistance in that battle? Xiao Yin nodded and said with a smile. You are too polite, sir. It is only natural that you saved us from danger. You are very good, but your grandson's conduct was improper. He almost harmed my friend. Fortunately, I arrived in time today. Otherwise, it would have caused a great disaster. At that time, the Sheng family would probably... Before he could finish speaking, Xingdong's pupils abruptly shrank. His kneeling body hurriedly sank down as a look of fear appeared on his face. A few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He clenched his teeth and hurriedly explained, Sir, you are right. My lord, you're right. My grandson brought this upon himself. He deserves it. When Xingdong returns, I'll definitely discipline my clansmen and make sure they don't cause any more trouble. Even though Xingdong was extremely unwilling in his heart, he still forcefully clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as he said these words. What else could he do now that things had developed to this stage? Xiao Yin had already used the Sheng clan as a threat. If he dared to disobey, it was likely that the clan behind him would also be threatened. Today his grandson was dead. He could not find any reason, nor could he find any reason to avenge him. Just like what he said, he only had himself to blame. Soon after, Xingdong dragged his heavily injured body and left Yen City. On the streets, Xingdong's old face was pale and his hair was disheveled. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with tears. Under his sleeves, his withered hands were tightly clenched into fists. His heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. On both sides of the street, countless people stared at the usually high and mighty Sheng family ancestor. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The moment he stepped out of the city gates, his body finally trembled violently. A large mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth and he nearly fell to the ground. Inside the Thousand Medicine House, Xiao Yin slowly put down his teacup and shook his head. With a soft sigh, he leapt and disappeared from Yen City. Jinyao couldn't help but frown as she watched Xiao Yin leave. Her jade-like hands gently stroked her black robes as her beautiful eyes flashed. After Xiao Yin left Yen City, he continued to head west. A couple of hours later, he appeared in the middle of the Sand River. The current Sand River shop was undoubtedly much more prosperous than a few years ago. As the border between the Shilin region and the western wastelands, this place witnessed countless people coming and going every day. Various rare treasures were constantly exchanged. At the same time, this was where Lu Zhongtian currently resided. Lu Zhongtian currently had his auction houses scattered all over the western wastelands. With Sand River Shop being his headquarters, the auction house here was the largest. Its degree of prosperity was also unimaginable. Rank 4 pills, spirit tier chi methods and dose skills that were rarely seen in the past frequently appeared in Lu Zhongtian's auction houses. Sometimes even rank 5 pills would appear. Even some origin kings would be tempted by pills of that level, let alone ordinary experts. Today Xiao Yin had come to Sand River Shop to find Lu Zhongtian to help him auction his pills. Moreover, all the pills that were to be auctioned were all rank 5 and above. Most of the pills were obtained by Xiao Yin from his opponent's storage rings. Although there were some pills that were extremely valuable, it was a pity that the current Xiao Yin no longer had any interest in these pills regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation level or eyesight. Rather than storing them in a storage ring, it was better to auction them. A moment later, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in front of the largest auction house in Sand River Shop. The grand scene could be said to be the most impressive auction house that Xiao Yan had ever seen. This was where Lu Zhongtian was located. Although there were many barriers and there were even quite a number of formations deliberately blocking him, Xiao Yan was still able to clearly sense Lu Zhongtian's location given his current spiritual strength. He immediately smiled slightly and walked towards the entrance of the auction house. After the previous incident, Xiao Yan's gaze subconsciously landed on the two tall and sturdy figures standing at the entrance when he arrived at the entrance this time. After confirming that they were indeed people from the auction house, He laughed involuntarily in his heart and was about to step through. Wait a moment. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to step past the two of them each took a step forward and blocked Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. He did not expect that there would be so much trouble entering the auction house. What is it? Xiao Yan frowned a little impatiently. However, this was Lu Zhongtian's territory after all, so he could only suppress his impatience and slowly ask. Kid, it's not impossible for you to enter my clan's auction house, but you must at least possess a cultivation of the origin transformation stage or be auctioning an item of equivalent value to a tier 4 pill. Otherwise you should obediently return. Xiao Yan could not help but be taken aback when he heard this. He did not expect Lu Zhongtian's requirements to be so high. There were not many experts above the origin transformation stage in the western regions to begin with, yet Lu Zhongtian had used this as a screening criteria. Even a tier 4 pill had become the minimum requirement. Xiao Yan could not help but laugh to himself when he thought of this. He was just about to adjust the Genesis Chi in his body when his gaze quickly turned and a crafty glint flashed across it. He raised his head and his gaze once again looked at the two large men in front of him as he slowly smiled and said, "Since that is the case, I'll auction the pill." The two men could not help but be taken aback when they heard this. They looked at the ordinary-looking young man in black robes before them and somewhat hesitantly asked in their hearts. Kid, you said you want to auction a tier 4 pill? Tier 4 pill, huh? I don't have any, Xiao Yan smiled. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the expressions of the two people in front of him to instantly become gloomy. Daring to tease them in this place was not a wise choice. Soon after, however, just as the two of them were about to throw the black-robed young man in front of them out, Xiao Yan's following words caused the expressions of the two people in front of him to suddenly become dull. I only have tier 5 pills in my possession. Chapter 1288. Sand River. In a brightly lit hall, Xiao Yan lazily sat on a chair. His gaze swept up and down the layout of the hall, and he could not help but be surprised. Lu Zhongtian had been living a prosperous life these past few years, and this guest hall was quite unique. From the building materials to the array layout in the hall, everything was unique. Just from the array layout here, if an expert below King Yuan wanted to cause trouble here, they would have to pay a great price. Just as Xiao Yan was looking around, an old man quickly rushed over from outside the hall. Before he arrived, his apologetic voice could already be heard. I'm really sorry to have made Mr. wait for so long. This old man is the manager here. Because our president is hosting the auction at the front desk, I accidentally neglected Mr. I hope you don't blame me. As his voice fell, the old man's figure had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing such a young black-robed youth in front of him, the old man could not help but reveal a look of surprise. He did not expect that the customer who wanted to auction a rank 5 medicinal pill would actually be a young man. Mister, you really want to auction a rank 5 medicinal pill? After a long while, the old man slowly spoke with a suspicious expression. He really found it hard to believe. How could such a young man take out a rank 5 medicinal pill? Even if he really did, how could he bear to bring it to the auction house? Was he not afraid that someone would kill him to steal the treasure? Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled non-committally and did not say anything. Instead, he flicked his finger and the storage ring on his finger immediately flashed with light. Following that, dozens of jade bottles containing medicinal pills appeared on the tea table at the side. There were more than 30 jade bottles, and in each jade bottle, there was at least one medicinal pill. Moreover, they were all rank 5 medicinal pills without a doubt. The expression on the old man's face was immediately startled as he looked at the pile of jade bottles in front of him that were about to fill the entire table. Immediately, he swiftly picked up a jade bottle in front of Xiao Yan's smiling eyes. After opening it, he carefully inspected the medicinal pill within it. As the jade bottle was opened, a rich pill fragrance immediately gushed out. The special medicinal power contained within caused the old man's mind to sway. He had naturally seen many rank 5 medicinal pills. Although the one in front of him was not the best, in comparison the quality of the rank 5 medicinal pills was definitely not bad. It is indeed rank 5. Finally, the old man nodded with a solemn expression. His deep gaze slowly swept across the other jade bottles, and a look of shock surged on his face at the same time. There was no doubt that since even the bottle of medicinal pills he casually chose was rank 5, the quality of the rest of the medicinal pills was naturally without a doubt. And these 30 over medicinal pills were actually all tier 5 medicinal pills. If such a number of them appeared in the western region, they would probably cause a great commotion. Sir, are you really sure that all of these medicinal pills should be auctioned? After confirming the grades of these medicinal pills, The old man no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of him. To be able to take out so many rank 5 medicinal pills in one go, this kind of wealth was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. After all, even with their auction house's foundation, the number of rank 5 medicinal pills in their current inventory was no more than 2 hands. Therefore, the old man could conclude at this moment that the black-robed young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Auction all of them. I have no use for them. Additionally, I hope that this matter can be resolved within half a month. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the old man in front of him was stunned. He was naturally aware of the value of a rank 5 medicinal pill. However, this black-robed young man in front of him had actually so casually said that it was useless for him to keep them. If these words were to be heard by an ordinary person, it was likely that that person would be angered half to death. The thing that shocked him the most was that Xiao Yan actually requested for all of these medicinal pills to be auctioned off within half a month. This was the first time that this old man had heard of such a request after living for so long. The old man was not in a hurry to keep these jade bottles in front of him. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he sat opposite Xiao Yan. His face was filled with caution as he smiled apologetically at Xiao Yan. In his heart, he could only anxiously wait for the chairman of his own auction house to arrive in time. It was likely that only he would be able to handle such a situation. Approximately 2 hours later, Xiao Yan's gaze finally once again looked towards the outside of the hall. Within his spiritual perception, a somewhat familiar aura was hurrying towards this place. The owner of that aura was indeed Lu Zhongtian. At the same time, the old man sitting opposite Xiao Yan had similarly discovered the latter's arrival. Immediately, the nervous emotions in his heart relaxed slightly. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he hurriedly went forward to welcome him. Wang Xian, what exactly happened? Outside the hall, Lu Zhongtian frowned and hurriedly inquired when he saw the steward swiftly approaching. Similarly, Wang Xian did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly recounted everything that had happened to Lu Zhongtian. Upon hearing this, the latter's face involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Immediately, he lifted his head to look at the mysterious black-robed young man in the middle of the hall. However, when his gaze landed on the black-robed figure who had already stood up, the expression on his face gradually froze. In the hall, Xiao Yan had a smile on his face as he looked at Lu Zhongtian, who had not changed much compared to a few years ago, and slowly said, "It's been 3 years since we last met. How have you been?" "Naturally well. It's all thanks to you that I can have today and my current cultivation." After a pause, Lu Zhongtian slowly opened his mouth with a smile. In the past 3 years, with the aid of the medicinal pills Xiao Yan had given him back then and some opportunities, Lu Zhongtian's cultivation had already reached the Origin King realm. He was not the slightest bit inferior to the ancestor of the Bai clan by Haoshuan. Subsequently, Lu Zhongtian walked forward and lowered his head slightly to look at the medicinal pills on the table. He could not help but laugh involuntarily. "No wonder you can scare the steward of my auction house to such an extent. In the entire western region, I'm afraid that only you can take out such a sum." After these words were spoken, Xiao Yan could not help but sneer. Immediately, Lu Zhongtian continued, "Tell me, why are you auctioning so many medicinal pills? With your status, you don't seem like someone who lacks money. I want to establish a faction in the western region, but my personal wealth is not enough. Therefore, I plan to auction these medicinal pills." Hearing this, Lu Zhongtian's brows immediately twitched. There was some surprise in his eyes. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would already have such a plan when he saw him again. There was no need to think too much, he knew what would happen in the future. The faction that Xiao Yan wanted to establish would definitely dominate the entire western region. "Do you need my help?" "That's exactly what I was thinking. The reason I came to Sand River Shop this time was firstly to ask you to help me auction these medicinal pills. Secondly, I hope to form an alliance with the faction under your command." Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. If he could also form an alliance with Lu Zhongtian, the growth of the Xiao clan would definitely be extremely terrifying. When he left, he would naturally not have to worry about anything in the western region. "Ah, that won't do." However, Lu Zhongtian's reply caused Xiao Yan to be slightly taken aback. This was something that he had not expected. If Lu Zhongtian was unwilling, rather than forming an alliance, I feel that it's better to directly join. Chapter 1289. At the same time that Xiao Yan met Lu Zhongtian, Tianing and the others quickly purchased all the shops in the city with the spirit stones that Xiao Yan had given them. The news that Xiao Yan was going to establish the Xiao clan quickly spread throughout the Shilin region as if it had grown wings. As for Lung Bingshuang, the latter directly rushed to the Western Wilderness region and went straight to the Murong family. Not only did the establishment of the Shao clan require the support of all the factions in the Shilin region, the Murong family, who lived in seclusion in the Western Wilderness region, had also become a target for them to rope in. Especially with their relationship with Lung Bingshuang, Xiao Yan believed that the chances of getting the Murong family to form an alliance with the Shao clan was not small. Xiao Yan's name once again swept through the western region at lightning speed when news spread from all over the place. A countless number of factions were once again shocked by this name. All of them recalled the soul-stirring battle 3 years ago. The Qin wasteland Maze Valley, which was an old overlord of the western region, had been forcefully destroyed by Xiao Yan. Ever since then, Xiao Yan had suddenly disappeared. Originally, everyone thought that the western region had come to an end. Quite a number of experts had swarmed out and the various large factions had repeatedly competed with each other. Now that Xiao Yan had once again returned, he had shocked the western region the moment he attacked. It seemed that he was about to become the top overlord of the western region. A few days later, in the Sheng family's manor outside Yan City, Sheng Dong's heart was heavy when he heard the news from his clansmen. His grandson had died at the hands of Xiao Yan. Not only was he unable to do anything to the latter, Xiao Yan's Shao clan, which was about to rise, had once again threatened the existence of his Sheng family. Now that Yan City was the headquarters of the Shao clan, once the Shao clan flourished, they would definitely become the overlord of the western regions. Moreover, his Sheng family was currently so close to the Shao clan. If he did anything against them, he would definitely be immediately discovered. At that time, it would be difficult for his Sheng family to protect themselves. Sigh. A few days ago he had been forced by Xiao Yan and the injuries in his body had yet to fully recover. Now that he thought of this, Sheng Dong's face became increasingly pale. Father, Kat-er died in the hands of that Xiao Yan, and now he's being so aggressive and wants to kill our Sheng family. We can't just sit and wait for death even if we have to die. Pa. At the side, the middle-aged man's face was filled with unwillingness as he rebuked angrily. However, before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground by Sheng Dong. His pale old face was filled with an expression of exasperation. Bastard. Kai-er is already dead. Do you still want to send the bloodline of my Sheng family to death? Sheng Dong's face was filled with rage and killing intent surged in his eyes. However, he suppressed it in the end. Do you know how the Bai family was able to achieve its current status? Who didn't know that the Bai family was ranked last among the 4 great families of the Heavenly Sword sect? They didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the sect's internal affairs. But now, Xiao Yan killed my grandson. This old man will never forget this matter. However, if you want revenge, it's definitely not something that can be achieved by fighting with all of your emotions. Sheng Dong took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. The expression on his old face gradually returned to normal. A smile appeared on his pale old face. He helped the middle-aged man up and slowly said, "Send my message. From today onwards, my Sheng family will be a subordinate force of the Shao clan." The next day, the news of the Sheng family submitting to the Shao clan rapidly spread throughout the Shilin region. Immediately, countless forces moved. Very quickly, some of the more reputable families and forces expressed their intentions to join the Shao clan. In an instant, the Shilin region was filled with flags that belonged to the Shao clan. Within Yan City, a majestic large hall rose from the ground. Numerous pavilions were swiftly built. In less than half a month, all the large and small shops within Yan City had been completely demolished. Instead, they were replaced with a large hall that belonged to Shao Gate. There was even an enormous black rock erected outside of the eastern city gate of Yan City. If one were to look carefully, the appearance of this rock was actually exactly the same as Xiao Yan's heavy Shen ruler. On this rock, there were 2 bright golden words Shao Gate carved on it. On the other side, Lu Zhongtian's auction that would last for half a month was also in full swing in the Sand River shop. Dozens of Tier 5 pills. This kind of extravagance had alarmed many hidden families and forces in the western region. Among those people, there were even a few experts whose cultivation had reached the Origin King realm. Such a situation caused Lu Zhongtian to not dare to be careless. Continuously auctioning Tier 5 pills for half a month. This kind of activity could be said to be the first grand occasion in the western region in 100 years. In the auction house, there were only a few hundred people in the large space. This situation seemed bleak, but in reality, the people present already included the majority of the experts in the western region. If these people could gather together, they would definitely be a terrifying force. As for them, they were all here for the Tier 5 medicinal pills. Everyone, the next item will be the finale of today's auction. It's also a tier 5 pill called the Mirror Breaker pill. On the auction stage, Lu Zhongtian once again took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. There were many such jade bottles within his storage ring. However, in order to obtain the greatest benefit, he still maintained the practice of only auctioning off 3 of them each day. In this way he would be able to fulfill the request that Xiao Yan had raised while also being able to raise the value of the medicinal pill to the greatest extent. Naturally, it could be considered as having the best of both worlds. When the Mirror Breaker pill was mentioned, a series of gasps immediately rang out in the auction house. Everyone obviously knew the effects of the Mirror Breaker pill. It was a Class 5 pill that could allow origin transformation experts to break through to returnants. There were quite a few late origin transformation experts present, and they could not help but burn with desire when they saw the Mirror Breaker pill. Of course, the Origin Kings seated at the front also had their eyes set on the Mirror Breaker pill. There were obviously many juniors who were about to reach late origin transformation in their clans or elders. If they could bring back the Mirror Breaker pill, they would obviously be able to increase their strength. These experts obviously would not miss out on something that would benefit them. The starting price is 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 100. The upper limit is 50,000. Please. Although the treasure was good, the price made the expressions of quite a few people present change. The continuous days of competition and auction had already caused them to use up quite a lot of spirit stones, and there was no lack of people who had used up all their wealth. At this moment, even the Origin Kings in the front row could not help but change their expressions when they heard Lu Zhongtian's price. It was very obvious that even they were feeling the strain. Chapter 1290. In the auction house, the few people sitting in the front row exchanged glances with each other. A dark and ruthless expression flashed across their eyes. Soon after, these few people once again returned their gazes to the auction stage at this moment. Their gazes were somewhat unfriendly as they looked at Lu Zhongtian on the stage. One of the old men hesitated for a moment before speaking. Chairman Lu, although we all know that the value of this breaking mirror pill is quite high, isn't it a little too much for you to raise the price like this? These few days we have not said much on account of the fact that it is a rank 5 medicinal pill. However, if you continue to raise the price like this, don't blame us for not buying it. After the old man's voice sounded, his somewhat threatening gaze slowly swept over the crowd behind him. Sensing the cold gaze of the old man, the faces of the people who were originally planning to raise the price immediately revealed a fearful expression. Immediately they became silent. Although the rules of the auction house did not allow anyone to use any threatening methods here, they were after all experts at the level of King Yuan. Naturally, no one could stop them from doing whatever they wanted to do. After which, the old man once again returned his gaze to the auction stage with a cold smile. He smiled as he looked at Lu Zhongtian, whose expression had darkened. There was no fear in his eyes. I'm sorry, I am only following the arrangement of the customer with this price. If everyone is willing, you can bid for it. If not, please leave this place. Lu Zhongtian naturally understood the meaning behind the words of these people. They did not wish to lower the auction price of the medicinal pill and take away the medicinal pill at a low price. The threatening gaze earlier was directed at the auctioneers as well as him. It was likely that if he was unwilling to lower the price, this fellow would influence the wishes of the people behind. In this way, this medicinal pill would naturally be unable to be auctioned. Hearing Lu Zhongtian's words, the old man below the stage immediately revealed a displeased expression. He stood up and a pair of dark old eyes stared intently at Lu Zhongtian as he coldly said, Lu Zhongtian, I advise you not to be too arrogant. This old man knows that you have joined that whatever Shao Gate, but this is not enough to be your backing. It is merely established by a few King Yuan. If we were to really compete together, our few large clans would not be the slightest bit afraid. You better not give yourself. You seem to be a little too confident in yourself. However, it was also at this moment that a calm voice suddenly sounded out from a certain place in the auction house. Although the voice was not loud, it was enough to attract the attention of everyone present. Even Lu Zhongtian, who was on the auction stage, also looked over with a face full of suspicion. He knew that Xiao Yan was not in the sand shop, and that voice did not belong to him. When everyone looked over, in a corner of the auction house, a man and 2 women slowly stood up. At a glance, the woman was undoubtedly Lung Bing Shuang. As for the middle-aged man, he was dressed in a green robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His awe-inspiring gaze was fixed on the old man who had just spoken. Noticing the 3 people who stood up, the old man frowned and his heart sank. A bad premonition immediately rose in his heart. I am Xiao Gate Mu Ronghao. After pausing for a moment, the middle-aged man slowly spoke. At the same time, a powerful aura that was comparable to a 7-star origin king instantly spread out from his body, causing the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. The old man's expression turned deathly pale the instant Mu Ronghao's words sounded. This Mu Ronghao was the fourth brother of the Mu Rong clan. As for the woman on Lung Bing Shuang's right, she was Mu Rong Chanqian, who had already returned to the clan 3 years ago. When he first heard the two words Xiao Gate, and then felt the majestic aura pressure from Mu Ronghao's body, fear immediately surged in the old man's heart. He did not expect that there would be other experts from the Xiao Gate other than Lu Zhongtian. What was even more unexpected was that the person who came was actually a 7-star origin king. At that moment, even the expressions of the other origin kings beside the old man changed. After a moment of hesitation, they quickly changed seats and put some distance between them and the old man. The old man's face could not help but twitch when he saw this. He could not help but curse inside. After looking around, he looked at Mu Ronghao with an awkward smile and said in an embarrassed tone, "Senior brother Mu Ronghao, I'm sorry, senior brother Mu Rong. I only spoke in a moment of anger. I did not have any intention of insulting the Xiao Gate. I hope that Mr. does not take offense. As for this medicinal pill, the employer of this medicinal pill is the leader of the Xiao Gate." Seeing that the old man had taken the initiative to admit defeat, Lu Zhongtian on the stage could not help but sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's retreating figure suddenly stiffened. Before he could do anything, 2 cold gazes suddenly shot over from behind, causing the old man's skinny body to involuntarily tremble. Cold sweat immediately gushed out from his body as he hurriedly said, "If that's the case, then this medicinal pill. I'll take it. I wonder how much Mr. is willing to pay?" Lu Zhongtian laughed mockingly and said, 10,000, 50,000. I'll pay 50,000. As soon as the old man's voice fell, his expression changed and he hurriedly changed his words. He could not care less. Under the gaze of everyone present, he hurriedly took out all the remaining spirit stones in his storage ring. After taking the medicinal pill, he hurriedly left. In front of a 7-star origin king, his initial origin king cultivation was too weak. If the old man still dared to be tactless, he did not dare to imagine the consequences. Seeing the old man hastily leave as if he was fleeing for his life, the other origin kings present subconsciously exchanged glances with each other. From the corner of their eyes, they would occasionally glance at Mu Ronghao behind them. They were extremely nervous in their hearts, as if they were afraid that this fellow would target them again. Fortunately, this matter was settled and the auction was officially over. Mu Ronghao and the rest also left together. Only then did the cold sweat that had gathered on their foreheads fall. At the same time they all breathed a sigh of relief. They resentfully forgot about Lu Zhongtian, who was looking at them with a smile on his face and quickly left. "Fourth uncle, why didn't you directly end that old bastard just now? He actually dared to look down on the Xiao Gate." On the street, Mu Ronghao's group of 3 slowly walked. After crossing the Sand River, it was time to head to Yen City. At that time he would be able to meet the master of the Xiao Gate. "Haha girl, why is your temper becoming more and more irritable? Using violence to curb violence is a method to deal with enemies. However, that person merely spoke rudely to the Xiao Gate. I don't have any reason to do anything to him. Now is the time for the Xiao Gate to establish its prestige in the Western region. We absolutely cannot let such a small matter affect the overall situation." Hearing this, Mu Ronghao curled his lips and smiled. His warm hand gently shook Mu Rong Chanqian's little head. Seeing the girl's depressed appearance, he immediately laughed out loud. After which, he led the 2 of them and quickly headed towards the Xiao Gate. Chapter 1291. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Countless experts had gathered in the original Yen City and the current Xiao Gate. Most of these people were the leaders of various organizations in the Western region. They were either the masters of sects or the heads of clans, ranging from King Yuan to Do Di. There were countless of them. This was the first time the Western region had seen such a scene in 1,000 years. During this half a month, the Xiao Gate had used all the profits they had obtained from auctioning off the medicinal pills to recruit people from all over the Western region. Under the supervision of Tianying and the others, the current Xiao Gate possessed close to 100 experts at the Do Di level and several dozen origin transformation and returnance experts, excluding the external organizations. This foundation was not just a little stronger than the Maze Valley of the Qin Wastelands. Adding on the fact that the various organizations from the outside were constantly joining, the current Xiao Gate had already become the #1 organization in the Western region. There was no one in the main seat in the hall of the Xiao Gate. A group of people were seated below. Lung Bingshuang, Bai Hua and the others were present. However, the 5 Tianing brothers stood behind Lung Bingshuang. They naturally could not treat such a scene as they usually did. At this moment, the lively Murong Chanchan's lovely body was lying on Bai Hua's back. Her pair of spiritual eyes would occasionally size up everyone present. When her gaze returned to Bai Hua in front of her, a smile involuntarily appeared on the slightly pursed corner of her mouth. Sensing this, Bai Hua also gently lifted her hand and caressed the girl's delicate jade-like hands. This scene that appeared in the arena caused quite a number of people to feel envious in their hearts. At this moment, Murong Hao's face was a little gloomy as he watched the 2 lovey-dovey people before him. He could not help but curl his lips. Although he wanted to stop them, the girl had already grown up. He could not possibly teach her everything. Moreover, this young person called Bai Hua did not seem too bad. She had already reached the Origin King level at such a young age. What happened between them? Murong Hao shook his head and sighed in the end. Lung Bingshuang could not help but purse her lips and smile when she saw this. When she turned around, she saw 3 white-robed figures slowly walking over. They were the 3 people from the Bai clan. After a few moments of hesitation, the Bai family still decided to join the Shao clan. After all, the Shao clan was currently flourishing, and various forces were continuously joining. If they continued to hesitate, then the threat of Xiao Yan might really fall on them. At this moment, when the 3 of them entered the hall, their gazes immediately swept towards the main seat. Seeing that the seat was empty, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They cupped their hands towards Lung Bingshuang and walked towards the few remaining seats at the side of the hall. Hee, since the 3 of you are here, don't you want to greet me? However, it was also at this moment that the figure of a young man in a black robe suddenly appeared behind the 3 Bai clan members. At the same time, a familiar chuckle sounded from his mouth. This person was none other than Xiao Yan. Sovereign. The 3 of them reacted extremely quickly. When they turned around and saw Xiao Yan, they immediately changed the way they addressed him. With just one sentence, the relationship between the 2 parties had become much closer. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan gently smiled and nodded. As his gaze swept around, the others present also swiftly stood up. Numerous gazes that contained surprise and reverence swiftly shot over. Just that attack of Xiao Yan's earlier had already displayed his strength. That kind of frightening speed was something that no one present could compare with. The couple of Origin Kings who had left the arena involuntarily felt shocked in their hearts. Not only did this Xiao Yan in front of them appear much younger than they had imagined, but his cultivation was also this powerful. At the very least, with their current strength, they were unable to see through Xiao Yan's strength. At this moment, even Murong Hao had a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Yan. With his cultivation, he was naturally able to vaguely sense that Xiao Yan's aura had already surpassed the Origin King level and reached an even higher realm. This brat. After not seeing him for a few years, his cultivation has already stepped into the Origin King level. How terrifying. Sensing Xiao Yan's aura, Murong Hao's expression could not help but harden slightly. At the same time, Xiao Yan had also discovered Murong Hao's existence. Raising his head, his gaze instantly fell on the latter. In an instant, an invisible pressure abruptly descended on Murong Hao's head, causing his expression to change slightly. However, shortly after, a gentle smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. His gaze swept between Lung Bingshuang and Murong Hao. It seemed that Lung Bingshuang's trip to the Murong family this time had resulted in a much better result than he had imagined. After greeting everyone present, Xiao Yan slowly walked towards the main seat in the Great Hall. Behind him, the gazes of everyone present revolved around him. Only when Xiao Yan sat down did everyone sit down one by one. This scene was rather impressive. Haha, all of you are heroes from various places in the western region. Being able to gather here with Xiao Yan today is my Shao clan's fortune. On the main seat, Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept across the entire hall. After which, he cupped his hands together and said. As soon as these words were spoken, many people present couldn't help but reveal a smile on their faces. Even though everyone present knew that this was merely a compliment, who would be angry after hearing such compliments? However, I also know that although everyone has come to my Shao clan today, I believe that many of you still have a hesitant attitude in your hearts. If that's the case, I will not make things difficult for everyone. If anyone wants to leave now, Xiao Yan will definitely not stop you. Immediately after, Xiao Yan spoke once again. His words caused the expressions of some people present to change slightly. While they were hesitating, Murong Hao, who was sitting opposite Lung Bingshuang, suddenly slowly stood up. Facing Xiao Yan, he cupped his hands together and said, Murong Hao of the Murong family will pass on the message of the patriarch. The Murong family will fully support the establishment of the Shao clan. As the words left his mouth, a faint aura and pressure spread out from his body. 7-star Origin King. When the few Origin King experts present sensed this, their expressions changed drastically. The remaining trace of hesitation in their hearts was completely eliminated under the pressure of this aura. Lu Zhongtian is willing to join the Shao clan. Immediately after, Lu Zhongtian, who was behind Murong Hao, also stood up. The words that came out of his mouth also quickly moved the group of experts behind him. I am Bai Ying, representing the Bai clan, to join the Shao clan. First, it was a mysterious 7-star Origin King, then it was Lu Zhongtian, and now it was Xiao Yan and the others. The situation was already very clear, and the Bai clan naturally had no reason to hesitate. Even if they were unwilling to join, they still had to nod their heads. Immediately after, a series of shouts resounded within the hall. This old man, Zheng Tianan, represents my Zheng clan to join the Shao clan. I am Xiao Xing, willing to join the Shao clan. Chapter 1292. Following the establishment of the Shao Gate, most of the forces in the western region had also merged into the Shao Gate. In less than a month, the Shao Gate's forces had already spread throughout the western region. All the big and small cities and various mines had all belonged to the Shao Gate. In addition to the continuous recruitment of experts, the Shao Gate's foundation rapidly grew stronger by the day. Everything within the Shao Gate was also gradually on the right track. At this moment, unknown to everyone, Xiao Yan had quietly brought the fairy doctor and the rest back to the southern region. Xiao Yan's group was slowly walking on the streets of the savage ancient city. At a glance, the human flow in the city seemed to be much greater than usual. This was especially the case for the number of high-tier experts. It was likely that the number had increased by a couple of times. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows. A trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. We're leaving just like that? To the side, Bai Hua suddenly frowned and spoke. Only then did she attract Xiao Yan's gaze. If we really tell them directly, I'm afraid that it will be even more troublesome. This way at least they can safely stay in the western region. Xiao Yan gently shook his head. With regards to the news of their departure, Xiao Yan did not directly tell Leng Bingshuang. He knew that once he said it, it would not be so easy for them to leave. Although it was somewhat apologetic, it could at least save some trouble. To the side, the fairy doctor listened to the conversation between the two. A hidden light flashed across her beautiful eyes. At the same time, in the depths of the Shilin mountain range in the western region, Leng Bingshuang was looking at the jade slip in her hand with a worried expression. Ever since Xiao Yan left the Shilin mountain range, this jade slip had already landed in her hands. She even knew that Xiao Yan was heading towards the central region. All of this had been told to her by the fairy doctor. Although she had 1,000 complaints in her heart, she also knew that Xiao Yan was doing this for her own good. Including the establishment of the Shao Gate, his goal was still to ensure her safety. After all, just as the fairy doctor had said, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was eyeing her covetously. Once she appeared in the central region, it was likely that she would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yan. Sigh. Leng Bingshuang could naturally understand that Xiao Yan was thinking for her, but she was the same. Southern region, ancient city of wilderness. Looking at the large group of figures flying in from outside the city, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown. He was curious about what had happened here that could attract a large group of experts. Damn it, why is the void lightning pool empty? Not a single bolt of lightning is left inside. What the hell happened? What a mess. This has never happened in the void lightning pool in the past. Could it be that it has something to do with the spiritual pressure on Grey Mountain? Who knows? Although I don't know which expert left it behind, it's indeed a good treasure. However, just the pressure from the soul is something that even origin transformation experts would barely be able to comprehend. People like you and I can't even take a second glance at it, so how can we comprehend it? The group of experts who had returned to the city were constantly cursing. They had spent a lot of time to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Now that the Void Lightning Pool had opened, the situation inside shocked everyone. The thunderbolt force that had originally filled the sky was completely gone. Moreover, based on the situation, it was obvious that this was caused by someone. This made everyone so angry that they could not wait to tear apart the person who had absorbed all the thunderbolt force. Xiao Yan could not help but blush when he heard the waves of angry curses. He subconsciously rubbed his nose. Bai Hua and the fairy doctor to the side laughed. They had already heard about this matter from Xiao Yan, but they still could not help but laugh when they saw it now. Cough cough, that wasn't me. I never thought that the Northern King would have absorbed all the lightning energy. If they want to tear apart someone, it should be the Northern King. That's right, where's Lianer? That girl ran pretty fast, but she didn't know to wait for us. Only when they turned their heads did the three of them discover that Lianer, who was walking in front of them, had unknowingly disappeared. When Xiao Yin spread out his spiritual strength to search, he suddenly knit his brows. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua by the side also involuntarily knit their brows and exchanged glances. Their bodies trembled slightly and the three of them disappeared from the spot. Hee, this girl's looks aren't bad. I wonder which family she is from to be willing to let her out. On the street, right in front of Lianer at this moment, a thin young man with a pale face was looking at Lianer, who was like a blooming lotus, with a malicious expression. Two other people blocked the girl from behind. The three brothers had come to the ancient savage city this time for the empty lightning pool. Who would have thought that they would end up empty-handed after entering? Just as they were feeling frustrated, Lianer coincidentally bumped into them. I'm furious. I was just thinking about where to put out the fire, but I never expected you to bump into me. Since you're already here, why don't you have some fun with me? Behind him, a pale-faced young man laughed lewdly. His scarlet tongue licked his lips, and he immediately grabbed at Lianer's slender arm. At this moment, Xiao Yan's group had already appeared behind these three people. Their expressions were indifferent. Just as they were about to intervene, Lianer, who was surrounded by these three people and whose pretty face contained a terrified expression, suddenly raised her hand. At the same time that the young man's hand was pushed back, a purple-colored energy pillar also rushed out. Soon after, it violently smashed into the chest of the young man behind her. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly behind her. His body shifted and the young man's body was violently sent flying by that strength. In the blink of an eye, he had already become seriously injured. Ugh! Xiao Yan and the other two involuntarily felt a little stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They had wholeheartedly wanted to protect this girl, but they seemed to have forgotten that the three people who wanted to harm her were merely three ordinary Dodi. However, the current Lianer had already reached the origin transformation realm. With such strength, there was naturally no need for her to be afraid of these so-called experts. The three of them could not help but look at each other when they thought of this. Soon after, they smiled in disappointment. They only wanted to protect this girl, but at times, they had already forgotten that she needed to experience the process of growing up herself in order to prevent her from being in any danger. Let's go. Let's return to the burning flame valley. The three of them ignored the two stunned young men. The little fairy doctor went forward and grabbed Lianer's hand. The group gradually walked further and further away. Only after a long while did the bodies of the two young men suddenly soften. They fell to the ground and no longer made a sound. Chapter 1293. After the group of four returned to the southern region, they did not stop at all as they swiftly headed towards the extreme south. Within a few days, the four of them had returned to the burning flame valley. When Ancestor Fantion heard that Xiao Yan had established his own faction in the western region, the former also expressed his support. He even clearly stated that once Xiao Gate developed to the southern region in the future, the burning flame valley would become Xiao Gate's greatest protection in the southern region. Outside of the great hall of the burning flame valley, Xiao Yan's group of four heavily cupped their hands together towards Ancestor Fantion and First Elder Li Qingshu in front of them. Their solemn voices slowly spat out as they said, "Seniors, we will meet again in the future. Take care. Take care. Be careful on the road. Once you reach the middle region, remember to keep a low profile. The people there cannot be compared to the southern region." The two of them nodded heavily. Immediately, the four of them turned around and left. However, just as Xiao Yan's group arrived outside the mountain range where the burning flame valley was located, a familiar figure suddenly flew over from the distance. At a glance, the person who had arrived was Li Bingrui. This woman had originally received news from the fire maple forest in the southern region on the day that Xiao Gate was established and had swiftly returned. Xiao Yan originally thought that he would no longer have any interactions with this person. However, he did not expect that she would rush back at this time. With regards to this, Xiao Yan could only adopt a helpless attitude. On the other hand, when Lianer saw Li Bingrui once again, her exquisite pretty face immediately revealed a joyous smile. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, Li Bingrui's gaze quickly landed on Xiao Yan's body as she slowly said, "I have said before that I will definitely personally kill you. Therefore, don't think that you can escape from me so easily." Xiao Yan could only shake his head when he heard this. He exchanged glances with the little fairy doctor beside him. Immediately he spoke faintly. His body moved and he flew towards the eastern horizon. "Let's go. It's time to leave." 4 figures followed closely behind. This time they were heading east. Their destination was the eastern region of the southernmost land, which was under the jurisdiction of the Yunnan Pavilion. At the same time, there was a transmission formation that led to the central region. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with hesitation as he looked at the distant sky in the east. The middle region was the most prosperous region in the Yuanwu continent. It was where countless experts gathered. Xiao Xian was also there. Additionally, the other 2 heavenly flames other than Yi Honglian should also be in the middle region. Back then, Xiao Yan had obtained information from Yi Honglian that she was actually unaware of the exact identity and location of the other 2 heavenly flames despite her status. This caused Xiao Yan to be incomparably surprised. The only information Yi Honglian had given him was that he might be able to find information regarding the other 2 heavenly flames in the middle region. Currently, other than the heavenly flames, Xiao Xian, Gui Hall, Luo Jin and the rest were also in the middle region. Even Sonair. All of these were related to him. He had to go to the central region. Now he had finally embarked on this journey. In the next few days the group of 5 had been in a state of haste. During this period, other than passing through some cities on foot, almost all of them flew towards the east at the fastest speed possible. Nanlin City was one of the few large cities in the southernmost land. Moreover, unlike other cities, Nanlin City was controlled by 2 clans. Both parties held half of Nanlin City's economy. Although it appeared fair, there were countless disputes. For many years, the 2 clans had been fighting openly and covertly. Until now, the unequal situation in Nanlin City had completely disappeared. Along with it, one of the great clans in Nanlin City had also disappeared. In the end, the dispute between the 2 clans ended with one side winning. The winner became king, and the control of Nanlin City fell into the hands of the victorious party. Recently, the Fuda clan, which controlled Nanlin City, was holding a grand banquet. On one hand, it was to celebrate their complete control of Nanlin City. On the other hand, it was to celebrate the birthday of their ancestor. This banquet could be said to be the biggest event in Nanlin City in many years. Many experts from the surrounding cities had come to celebrate the birthday. For this banquet, there were more than 10 origin kings from various places. This was because the ancestor of the Fuda clan was a super expert who had reached the origin king realm. His name was Fuda Hao. Fuda Hao. On the street, Xiao Yan's group was originally walking toward Nanlin City without any worries. However, when they passed by an enormous mansion, the words that were emitted from the crowd at the entrance caused Xiao Yan's forward footsteps to pause. Even the few people beside him also stopped. Their faces were filled with doubt as they looked at Xiao Yan in front of them. What's wrong? Do you know this Fuda Hao? Bai Hua raised her eyebrows. She dared to guarantee that this was the first time both she and Xiao Yan had come here. If this ancestor of the Fuda clan had never been to other places, Xiao Yan should not be able to recognize him. I don't know him, but I've heard of this name, and Xiao Yan frowned and quickly recalled the past. When he had first arrived in Yuanwu continent and obtained the Luo Tian cauldron, he seemed to have heard of this name. Fuda Hao was the cause of the Luo Tian cauldron's destruction. At the same time, he was also the main culprit who had killed the previous owner of the Luo Tian cauldron. Yes. Zhou Tong, I did not expect to meet the person who killed you back then. After some careful recollection, Xiao Yan recalled that when he had first obtained the Luo Tian cauldron, the remnant spirit in the cauldron had asked him to kill Fuda Hao. Originally, he had wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath, but because of Gu Yu's appearance, he had skipped that step. However, Xiao Yan was a person who valued his promises. Since Zhou Tong had handed the Luo Tian cauldron to him, he naturally had to fulfill his promise, to kill Fuda Hao. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment in his heart before he slowly shook his head. He had clearly heard on the street that there were still 2 days until Fu Tuhao's birthday. Since the other party was celebrating his birthday, Xiao Yan had to give him some face. Even if he wanted to kill someone, he would have to wait until the birthday was over. Let's find a place to rest in the city. We have been hurrying along recently and everyone is quite tired. We will continue our journey in 3 days. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua naturally knew what Xiao Yan planned to do after hearing his words. However, they did not have any intention of stopping him. After all, Xiao Yan had even killed a Genesis Zone level expert. If it was just an ordinary origin emperor, they naturally did not need to worry. After which, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. He spread out his majestic spiritual strength and cautiously probed within the Fuda family's manor. Very soon, a deep and powerful aura appeared within Xiao Yan's probing range. Oh, an 8-star origin emperor. Xiao Yan immediately confirmed the latter's identity when he sensed that qi. At the same time that his heart was shocked by the old fellow's cultivation, A somewhat hoarse old voice was transmitted over. You are the first elder. May I know who this friend is? If you are curious, why don't you meet me face to face? Why do you need to resort to such underhanded means? Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 1294. Hee, it is said that the ancestor of the Fuda family is an expert at the Origin Emperor level. I was just curious. Xiao Yin smiled indifferently and said, Oh. Hearing the clear voice, Fuda Hao could not help but feel surprised. From the voice, it was not difficult to tell that the other party was just a young man. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the mysterious young man also had the cultivation of the Origin Emperor level. A young man with the cultivation of the Origin Emperor level. This kind of person could not be nurtured with ordinary circumstances. With this thought in mind, Fuda Hao immediately paused and said, Who are you? May I know who you are and why have you come to my Nanlin city? I am Xiao Yin. I have rushed here and just wanted to take a rest. I have no intention of disturbing you. Xiao Yin. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Fuda Hao's heart immediately trembled and he hurriedly said, May I ask if you are the Xiao Yin who participated in the battle of the three sects in the extreme south? Yes, I am. The latter smiled slightly. At this moment, Fuda Hao's heart was filled with shock. He did not expect that the person who had shaken the entire extreme south would suddenly appear here. However, Fuda Hao's old face quickly piled up with a smile and he hurriedly said, In that case, I wonder if Mr. Xiao Yin can come to my house for a chat. To be honest, this old man is very impressed by Mr. Xiao Yan's battle. With your own strength, you shook the sect masters of two sections. This old man is ashamed of his incompetence. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately moved. He smiled and said, You are too kind. Old mister, you flatter me. Since old mister has personally invited me, and the birthday banquet is just around the corner, then I won't be polite. Ah, good. It is this old man's honor to have Mr. Xiao Yan visit my house. I will inform my clansmen and let them receive you. Thank you for your trouble. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. A glint flashed across his eyes. It was likely that this Fuda Hao would never have imagined that this distinguished guest in his eyes had actually come for his old life. After that, Xiao Yan brought the little fairy doctor and the rest back to the entrance of the Fuda family. Sure enough, there was already a middle-aged man leading a few old men to wait respectfully. His eyes constantly scanned the crowd as if he was looking for something. When Xiao Yan and the rest came forward, the middle-aged man's gaze also fell on Xiao Yan. Your ancestor invited me here. The few of them had just arrived in front of him when the middle-aged man opened his mouth with a doubtful face. However, the words that came out of Xiao Yan's mouth caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to instantly change. Numerous gazes also swiftly landed on Xiao Yan's body like spotlights. Soon after, those gazes became strange. There were even some mocking expressions that were revealed. This kid must be crazy. Even if he wants to enter the Fuda clan, he shouldn't come up with such a ridiculous reason. Moreover, the one standing before him is the Fuda clan's patriarch. Isn't this just courting death? The previous surprise turned into mockery in the blink of an eye. What kind of status did the ancestor of the Fuda family have? Usually very few people had even seen him. Even some of the clansmen had not seen his face. This black-robed youth in front of them actually dared to say that Fuda Hao had invited him. This was no different from courting death. However, just as everyone was preparing to watch a good show, that middle-aged man, the clan head of the Fuda clan, swiftly revealed a respectful expression on his originally doubtful face. He hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yan and said, Young Master Xiao Yan, I have been waiting for you. Sir, I am the head of the Fuda family, Fuda Sang. It was my ancestor who asked me to wait for you here. Sir, please. Having said that, Fuda Sang hurriedly gestured for them to enter. Xiao Yan smiled. Then, under the stunned gazes of the surrounding crowd, he led the little fairy doctor and the rest into the Fuda family's mansion. After a while, Xiao Yan and the rest saw Fuda Hao. His skinny body was draped in a hemp robe. His fingers were like yellow bamboo joints and he was holding a walking stick. His body was bent like a monster, and his sunken old eyes were like an empty shell. The dim light that shot out from them made people shudder. As he panted, the hoarse sound of breathing from his mouth and nose was even more strange. Luffy knew that this guy was an old monster at the Origin Emperor level. If others saw him, they would think that he was a piece of rotten wood that was about to die. However, under this body, there was an extremely terrifying power. Looking at the old man who was like a dried corpse, Liana, who was behind Li Bingrue, could not help but shrink back. Only Xiao Yan knew that this old man was a character from 1,000 years ago. It was not easy for him to survive until now. Moreover, he had the strength of an origin emperor. Mr. Xiao Yan's reputation is like thunder to this old man's ears. The hoarse voice rang out once more. Fu Dahao trembled as he walked forward. He slowly nodded at Xiao Yan. It's just a rumor from the outside world. There's no need to believe it. Mr. Xiao Yan is truly humble. With a laugh, the old man's gaze landed on Bai Hua and the others behind him. Seeing the group of youths before him, shock immediately flashed through the old man's eyes. Although the youths before him seemed ordinary, their cultivations far surpassed regular cultivators. With a single glance, he could tell that Lian Er's cultivation was the lowest among them, but she was also the youngest. Even with his experience, he had never seen such a young origin transformation expert before. It was difficult to imagine that if this girl were to join a sect in the future, she would definitely become someone that the sect would focus on nurturing. At the same time, he could sense a special presence from Lian Er's body. As for the others, their cultivations were naturally not inferior in the slightest. This group of people could be called the proud sons of heaven among the younger generation. Not only is Mr. Xiao Yan a dragon among men, but even your friends are extraordinary. The old man smiled as he slowly swept his gaze over the people before him. In the end, his gaze paused on Lian Er. An obscure light flashed through the depths of his sunken eyes. After chatting idly for a while, Fu Dahao invited this group of people to stay in his Fuda residence. Xiao Yan had something in his heart and would naturally not reject the invitation. At the same time, Fu Dahao stared at the few of them as they left. When his gaze landed on Lian Er, the glow deep within his eyes immediately surged. The woeful poison body. I heard that the Crossing Disaster sect in the central region once lost their holy maiden. If that holy maiden is her, then there's hope for me to break through to the origin ancestor realm. Chapter 1295. Xiao Yan and the others were currently seated in one of the guest rooms of the Fuda clan at night. The room was dimly lit, and Xiao Yan and Bai Hua were currently seated around a table with their brows slightly furrowed. Tremendous spirit power enveloped the entire room, forming an invisible barrier that prevented outsiders from seeing what was going on inside. At this moment, Lian Er was sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. The little fairy doctor beside her was pouring her mind into the girl's body to help her control the boundless energy within her body. Although the girl's cultivation had already reached the origin transformation stage, she was still young. In addition, she had been in a deep slumber for many years, so her mind was still immature. Although Xiao Yan and the others had helped her control the woeful poison body, she would still be unable to freely use this power for a very long time. For example, the girl had been unable to control the flow of Genesis Qi in her body in the ancient wilderness. When they had left Fu Dahao's place earlier, the little fairy doctor had quickly discovered that the Genesis Qi in the girl's body had gone out of control again. Helpless, she could only use external forces to help her reform the power. Although Fu Dahao looks somewhat terrifying, he seems to be a decent person. Are we really going to kill him? Beside Xiao Yan, Bai Hua frowned slightly. She was somewhat hesitant inside. She did not dare to say that she was a good person, but she knew how to distinguish between right and wrong. Fu Dahao's actions could be considered open and above board, and he had treated them extremely courteously. It was still unreasonable to kill him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile. He looked at Bai Hua in front of him in a somewhat playful manner. When did you start talking about benevolence? You didn't act like this when you were in the Lu clan back then. When did I talk about benevolence? I just feel that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for us to have to resolve a dispute between two people 1,000 years later. I'm just taking someone's money to solve their problem. It's not unreasonable, but you're right. That's why I hope to put this matter after his birthday banquet. Before that, let's think about it again. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. His gaze then landed on the two people in front of the bed. Seeing the little fairy doctor place all her attention on Lian Er, a complicated expression involuntarily flitted across Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes. It was not that he did not understand some things, but he was afraid that if he exposed them, it would only deepen the grudge between the two. What's more, while Xiao Yan was lost in a daze, Lian Er's bed finally let out a long sigh. Under the little guidance of the fairy doctor, she attempted to circulate the qi in her body to slowly control her power. Under the guidance of the little's guidance, Lian Er was trying to circulate the qi under her body's controlling her power. Under the guidance of the little's guidance, qis. Under the fairy under her guidances. Yes, it's not a big deal. It's just that this girl's control of her own power is not complete. She'll be fine after a while. The fairy doctor nodded gently. Her beautiful eyes paused on Xiaoyan before she sat down beside the two of them. Immediately after, the door was opened from the outside. Li Bingrui had just returned from outside. She glanced at Lianer, who was peacefully cultivating on the bed, and nodded gently. Then her gaze landed on Xiaoyan and the other two in front of her. She paused and said, "I just heard about the matter between the two great clans of Nanlin City. Do you want to hear about it?" At the same time, in another part of the Fuda family, Fuda Hao and the head of the family, Fuda Sang, were in a room. Under the illumination of the candlelight, the two of them were discussing something in a low voice. "Ancestor, does that girl really have the woeful poison body?" Hearing his ancestor's words, Fuda Sang could not help but reveal a surprised expression. It was no wonder that the girl was able to possess such a cultivation at such a young age. It was because of this point. Given this old man's eyesight, I am naturally not mistaken. Earlier, this old man had clearly sensed a weak aura from that girl's body. That aura is indeed the woeful poison body. According to this old man's knowledge, the Crossing Disaster sect in the central region had once lost their holy maiden many years ago. Back then, that baby girl was the owner of the woeful poison body. If this old man has not guessed wrongly, this girl is that holy maiden. Hiss. Hearing this, Fuda Sang's expression changed. If that was the case, all these years, the Crossing Adversity sect has never given up on searching for this holy maiden. Now that she has appeared in our residence, if we can bring that girl to the Crossing Adversity sect, our Fuda family will become the second burning flame valley in the extreme south. When he thought about the strength of a source ancestor, a bright light flashed across Fuda Hao's sunken eyes. Once he had the cultivation of a source ancestor, not only would his status in the Fuda family rise rapidly, but his lifespan would also increase. Fuda Hao's hunched body could not help but tremble when he thought of this. His bamboo-like fingers gently stroked his waist. There was an old scar there, and it was because of this that his cultivation had stagnated at the 8-star Origin Emperor level for so many years. Every time he thought of this, a figure from the past would involuntarily appear in his mind. Zhou Tong, ancestor, don't forget that Xiaoyan is also an Origin Emperor. Furthermore, it is said that his battle prowess far surpasses ordinary experts of the same level. Moreover, he seems to have a lot of connections behind him. Back then, during the battle between the three sects, he actually invited over 30 Origin Kings. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid that it will be somewhat inappropriate. Frowning, Fuda Sang finally spoke of the most important point. Xiaoyan was also an Origin Emperor. If they wanted to snatch someone from him, it would be tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Even if the Fuda family was powerful in Nanlin City, it would not be easy to deal with Xiaoyan. Idiot. If you want to capture that girl, why do you need us to do it? We only need to pass the message to the Crossing Adversity sect and obtain enough benefits from them. As for the rest, it will all be up to them. Hearing this, Fu Tuhao snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up from the chair and walked out slowly with his walking stick. Then he turned around and looked at Fu Tu-sang again. He said in a deep voice, "You are right, Fu Tu-sang. Immediately send people to the central region tonight. Remember, go to the Crossing Adversity sect as quickly as possible. Before that, I will do my best to delay this group of people. Tell them that if they fail to bring back the Holy Maiden because of their own reasons, then everything will have nothing to do with the Fuda family." With that, Fuda Hao left. After a moment of thought, Fuda Sang followed Fuda Hao's instructions and immediately sent the experts of his family to the central region. Chapter 1296. Zhou Clan? Hearing Li Bingrui's words, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He immediately thought of Zhou Tong, who was the previous owner of the Luotian Cauldron. Both of them have the surname Zhou and they are rivals. Could it be that this Zhou clan is the clan that Zhou Tong belongs to? Xiaoyan rolled his eyes. He involuntarily sighed and shook his head because of this. If this was really the case, it would be a little too dramatic. The two clans had fought with each other for 1,000 years. Although the Fuda clan had won, the ancestor of the Zhou clan had coincidentally gotten Xiaoyan to kill Fuda Hao for him. In this way, the strength of the Fuda clan in the area around Nanlin City would definitely shrink greatly. By the time the various factions came to suppress them, the Fuda clan would no longer exist. In this way, the dispute between the two clans would eventually lead to mutual destruction. During the next 2 days, Xiaoyan's group had quite a good time under Budu Hao's hospitality. During this period of time, Budu Hao had repeatedly requested for Xiaoyan's group to stay a little longer. Xiaoyan's face was naturally courteous, but his heart involuntarily felt a little doubtful. It was true that this old man was warm, but it seemed to be a little overboard. Moreover, his tone seemed to be probing. There were a couple of times when his attention was placed on Lian Air. In this regard, Xiao Yan was secretly cautious. He did not expose all of this but quietly waited for the old man's performance. Originally, Xiao Yan did not have much intention to kill the old man, but his behavior made Xiao Yan feel a little threatened. He did not like the people behind him to be the target of others. Therefore, no matter what the old man had in mind, Xiao Yan would definitely eliminate him before he could carry it out. However, now was not the time. Just as Xiao Yan had said before, after all, it was the old man's birthday banquet. He should at least give him some face. As for taking his life, it would not be too much to talk about it later. The spacious hall was bustling with activity. The entire Fuda family was filled with a festive atmosphere. Today was the birthday of the ancestor of the Fuda family, Fuda Hao. At this moment, the invited experts were either in the courtyard or in the hall. Everyone's face was brimming with joy. Although there was no lack of people among these forces who hated the Fuda family to the bone, these people did a perfect job of handling the situation. At this moment, on the main seat in the hall, an old man who looked like he had one foot in the grave sat with a smile on his face. As he watched the guests below greet him, his turbid old eyes could not help but reveal a proud expression. He especially enjoyed this attitude of being surrounded by stars. After a long while, Xiao Yan led the little fairy doctor and the others into the hall. He politely cupped his hands toward Fuda Hao, who was sitting on the main seat. Only then did the latter stand up to welcome them. Seeing this scene, the expressions on everyone's faces in the originally lively hall froze. Then all kinds of gazes fell on Xiao Yan and the others. Many of the people present had heard of this young man who had been personally invited by Fuda Hao. However, when they saw him now, they could not help but feel a little surprised. Who exactly was this young man to be treated in such a manner by Fuda Hao, who was an origin emperor expert? Haha, everyone, I believe that you are also very curious about who this Mr. is? Fuda Hao smiled faintly. The words that came out of his mouth immediately raised the spirits of the people present. Every one of them perked up their ears and waited for Fuda Hao to reveal the answer to them. Cuckoo, if we were to talk about it, I believe that this Mr.'s name is like thunder in everyone's ears. Next, the old me will solemnly introduce everyone. This Mr. is the one who participated in the battle between the three sects in the extreme south not long ago. Xiao Yan. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the people present burst into an uproar. Many gazes of disbelief fell on Xiao Yan. It was hard to imagine that this person, whose name shook the extreme south, would actually appear in front of them. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that he had appeared at Fuda Hao's birthday banquet. This was undoubtedly a form of support for the Fuda clan. After this incident, the status of the Fuda family in the southernmost region would be further elevated. At that time, there would be many forces that would join them. Thinking of this, the future of the Fuda family would be immeasurable. Fuda Hao could not help but sneer inwardly as he gazed at the changing expressions of the people in the hall. These fools probably did not know that after today, not only would the Fuda clan's reputation soar, but a source zone level expert would also appear. In the future, the Fuda clan would not be limited to the tiny Nanlin city. From today onwards, even the Burning Flame Valley would have to show some respect to them. After everyone present took their seats, the birthday banquet officially began. Everyone present chatted with each other. Their gazes repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and Fuda Hao. The atmosphere in the hall also became livelier. The entire Fuda clan and even the entire Nanlin city slowly passed the banquet in a festive atmosphere. It was only late at night that Xiao Yan and the others returned to the courtyard. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body rapidly circulated. The haze on his face swiftly disappeared, and a bright light flashed in his pitch-black eyes as killing intent quietly emerged. After instructing the little fairy doctor and the others, Xiao Yan's body moved. His body flashed and disappeared into the night sky. The few of them looked at each other from where they stood and helplessly shrugged their shoulders. After which, they quietly sat in the courtyard and waited for Xiao Yan to return. On the other side, Fuda Hao was slowly returning to his room. Just as he was about to close the door, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in his courtyard like a ghost. Fuda Hao immediately frowned and quietly circulated the Genesis Qi in his body. Xiao Yan's arrival did not seem like a good thing had happened. Mr. Xiao Yan, it's already late. Why don't you rest early? The old man's eyes flickered. He could clearly sense a murderous intent in Xiao Yan's eyes. Could he have discovered something? With this thought, the uneasiness in Fuda Hao's heart grew. Since he had discovered something, why hadn't Fuda Hao shed all pretense of cordiality 2 days ago? Why had he waited until now? Old mister, your birthday is over. I'm here to collect something from you on behalf of someone else. Xiao Yan's expression gradually turned indifferent. Fu Dahao also stepped out of the door. His turbid eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he said in a low voice, "What do you want?" "Take what?" "Take your life?" "On behalf of who?" "Luo Tianding Zhou Tong." Chapter 1297. Zhou Tong? Fujuheo's expression changed when he heard the name that would never be erased from the depths of his mind. His chilling gaze landed on Zhou Yuan's body again as he asked in bewilderment, "That guy isn't dead yet?" "He's dead. He is indeed dead, but before he died he asked me to kill you." Xiao Yan said indifferently, "You want to kill me for a dead person?" "What?" Fu Dahao's expression immediately became gloomy when he heard this. His pair of sunken old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan in front of him. His heart was somewhat puzzled. Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner when he saw this. "Don't you know why I'm doing this?" Fujuheo's expression froze for a moment. His eyes swiveled and he seemed to recall something. "The Luo Tian cauldron." Xiao Yan chuckled. With a thought, the Genesis chi in his body began to circulate through his meridians. A layer of purple flames rose from the surface of his body. "All right, that's all I have to say. Next, let Xiao Yan experience the strength of a person from 1,000 years ago." As his voice faded, Xiao Yan stomped his foot on the ground. Genesis chi gushed out as his body shot forward. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and his figure appeared in front of Fujuheo in the blink of an eye. The fist that was wrapped in flames tore through space forcefully. The invisible space was compressed to the extreme by this terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an invisible air cannonball. With a sharp explosion that resounded through the heavens and earth, it suddenly shot out and smashed towards Buterhao. The old man's cultivation wasn't low, and it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Hence, Xiao Yan couldn't give him a chance to retaliate. "Hey young man, this isn't how you should treat an elder." Although Xiao Yan's attack was powerful, Fujuheo wasn't an ordinary person either. How could an 8-star Genesis Emperor be afraid of a brat who had just stepped into the Genesis Emperor stage? Even though Xiao Yan had a great reputation in the extreme south, it was ultimately just a rumor. The old man took half a step back. With a twist of his hands, he held the wooden staff horizontally in front of him. At the same time, vigorous Genesis chi poured into the staff. The surging Genesis chi immediately condensed into a thin layer of energy on the staff's surface. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's fist violently collided with the staff. Boom! When the fist landed on the staff, an incomparably domineering force erupted from the staff. The sharp aura left a faint bloody mark on Xiao Yan's fist. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed when he sensed this. The old man's Genesis chi seemed to be a little different. Then a mocking look appeared on Fujuheo's face. His skinny body shook slightly, and surging Genesis chi immediately rushed out from the staff. Xiao Yan's expression changed rapidly, and he hurriedly retreated. The moment his body came to a stop, several fierce winds whistled through the air. Xiao Yan hurriedly threw out a few punches, blasting the energy streams apart. Even so, the energy stream still shattered Xiao Yan's sleeves. Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He then lifted his head to look at Fujuheo. "What domineering Genesis chi! With such strength you are willing to stay in Nanlin City?" Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at the old man opposite him. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. This fellow's Genesis chi was extremely domineering. If Xiao Yan had guessed correctly, his Genesis chi belonged to the metal affinity, which was known for its combat strength. Adding his cultivation, it was likely that Fu Dahao would have few opponents of the same level who could match him. In the extreme south he could be considered a top expert. Yet he was willing to lead his clan and stay in Nanlin City. This was truly surprising. It may not be a good thing for people to be too high profile. Take the 2 great sects for example. Even though they are much stronger than my Fujuheo clan, they still ended up in a miserable state. What's wrong with being the master of a region? At least no one will have any ideas about my Fujuheo clan. Fujuheo pursed his lips and smiled. He didn't seem to care about the so-called power, but no one knew what he was thinking. "But now, Mr. Xiao Yan, shouldn't you first consider your situation? I know your battle prowess is extraordinary. You can fight origin emperors as a peak origin king, and you even control the legendary heavenly flame. However, in my eyes you're just an early origin emperor. In terms of battle prowess, I'm not any weaker than you, and in terms of cultivation I'm even stronger than you. You're still too young to kill me." The moment his voice sounded, Fu Tuhao's right hand seized the opportunity to hold the walking stick in a reverse grip. He suddenly waved it and a golden-colored energy pillar immediately shot out. An incomparable sharpness easily cut through the empty space and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. The frightening aura that it contained caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel shocked despite his mental fortitude. This old fellow was definitely an existence that few could match even among the Origin Emperors. Fujuheo was definitely the strongest Origin Emperor Xiao Yan had ever seen. Golden Elephant Mantra, activate. Xiao Yan let out a loud cry in his heart. His body suddenly shook and a sparkling golden light immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body. His 5 fingers were once again clenched into a fist. A frightening force caused the invisible empty space to emit a ka-ka sound. Immediately he suddenly threw a punch forward. A turbulent and surging strength wildly poured out. The next moment an earth-shaking buzzing sound appeared. An invisible energy storm flattened the entire courtyard in the blink of an eye. That energy pillar also disappeared with it. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A stooped figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The staff in his hand was like a blade and he ruthlessly stabbed forward. The attack was fierce and overbearing. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the staff landed on Xiao Yan's chest with a clang. As the sparks flew, an obvious crack appeared on Xiao Yan's golden elephant mantra. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. Fujuheo was definitely the first person in history to be able to damage his golden elephant mantra with just one attack. Humph, golden mountain blade, breaking golden body. It couldn't be more suitable. Fujuheo curled his lips and sneered. The withered hand that was holding the staff suddenly twisted, and the wooden staff in his hand turned into a golden blade in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Fujuheo's hand that was holding the handle of the blade suddenly loosened. His palm violently hit the end of the handle of the blade. With a cracking sound, Xiao Yan's golden elephant mantra, which had always been successful, was shattered. Chapter 1298. The moment the golden body was broken, Xiao Yan hurriedly gripped the blade with both hands, stopping the blade from sinking into his flesh. His expression changed rapidly as the Genesis chi in his body rapidly gathered. He had clearly underestimated the old man's strength. The latter's tyrannical metal attribute was far beyond his imagination. Xiao Yan, if this is all you have, the old me can only tell you that it is likely that you will not be able to keep your life today. It has been a long time since I have truly fought. Today I will use you to exercise my muscles and bones. Buduhao smiled coldly and released the golden blade in his hand. As he retreated, a surging aura rose from his body. Buduhao's originally stooped body swelled rapidly at this moment. In just a few breaths' time, Buduhao's body had grown several times larger than before. He had turned into a giant. You're not the only one who can use the golden body. Xiao Yan, try my heavenly dipper body. Fu Tuhao's enormous body disappeared from the spot in an instant after his deep laughter sounded. The next moment he had already appeared behind Xiao Yan. His 5 fingers were pressed together as a palm violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's back. Xiao Yan's face was covered with a deep smile. His large body had already disappeared. Boom! Space exploded and Xiao Yan's figure faded away. The golden blade fell to the ground and was once again grasped by Buduhao. Buduhao abruptly looked towards a certain spot in the air, where Xiao Yan's figure had appeared. No wonder you can fight an Origin Emperor expert with the strength of a peak Origin King. So it's because of your speed. However, speed alone isn't enough to deal with me. Fuduhao immediately waved the golden blade in his hand after his voice sounded. The blade glow flashed and swiftly hacked toward Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. His body flashed and he immediately unleashed the giant elephant skill. His body also transformed into a giant metal giant in the blink of an eye. His large hand was violently rubbed and a fierce flame agglomerated into a large fire ruler between his hands. The giant ruler spun, its broad blade continuously shattering the blade light that shot towards him. At the same time, Zhou Yuan's body swooped forward. As he arrived in front of Buduhao, the flaming ruler in his hand collided with the golden blade in his opponent's hand. Clang 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 clang, there weren't any fancy moves. The collision between the two of them was like 2 spinning tops. As they spun around, sparks flew everywhere. Waves of energy swept in all directions, destroying all the buildings in the courtyard. Many experts from the Buter family were standing in the night sky. At the same time, there were also many guests who had yet to leave. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise as they watched the intense battle in front of them. The two of them who had been talking and laughing a few hours ago were now fighting to the death. However, this also made many people gloat. Most people had a disgusted attitude toward the Fuda clan. It was only because their ancestor was too powerful that they were respectful to them. However, since Xiao Yan and Fuda Hao had started fighting, they naturally hoped that something would happen to Fuda Hao. On the other side, the patriarch of the Buter family, Buter Sang, had already surrounded the little fairy doctor and the others with his people. He didn't know whether they had discovered him leaking information or not, but since the two of them were already fighting, Buter Sang obviously chose to deal with the little fairy doctor and the others first. As long as he could control them, Xiao Yan would hold back. Dealing with them would not be difficult. However, the little fairy doctor and the others remained calm as they stared at the several dozen figures standing before the walls of the courtyard. Although the people present were no weaker than the patriarch and the two elders, the strongest among them were only at returnants. It was not difficult for them to deal with these people with their battle prowess. With a flick of his finger, the space beside the little fairy doctor immediately distorted. A silver puppet appeared. Coupled with Bai Hua and Li Bingrui's terrifying battle prowess and her woeful poison body, these people would not be able to do anything to them. My Buter family has treated you as esteemed guests, but I never thought that Mr. Xiao Yan would do something like this. Has my Buter family offended you in some way? Buter Sang's expression could not help but change slightly when he saw the puppet beside the little fairy doctor. Obviously, he had heard about the puppets of the celestial puppet sect. Silver puppets were equivalent to origin kings. Coupled with Bai Hua and Li Bingrui, it would not be so easy for them to take down these people. You should know better than us just what kind of people your Buter family is. If you want to fight, just do it. Why waste your breath? Li Bingrui immediately sneered when she heard that. With a thought, an extremely cold presence immediately radiated from her body. At the same time, a curtain of ice condensed in the surrounding space. With a thought, Bai Hua immediately released a powerful aura from her body. The sharp aura caused the faces of many people present to change. Woeful poison body, activate. The little fairy doctor let out a cold cry. Her 10 fingers formed a seal and numerous mysterious symbols swiftly formed on her delicate forehead. Waves of surging destructive aura swiftly spread out from within her body, forming a large poisonous fog that spread throughout the courtyard. The faces of some of the weaker cultivators swiftly turned black and purple the moment they came into contact with this poisonous fog. Their bodies involuntarily fell to the ground. Fu Tu Sang's expression changed drastically when he saw the purple-colored poison fog that was swiftly spreading in the courtyard. His heart felt a shock because of this. It was unexpected that other than the little girl called Lian Er, even this fairy-like woman in Xiao Yan's group also possessed the woeful poison body. In this way, it would be even more difficult for them to deal with the group of people in front of them. Once they made a move, it was likely that before they could control these people, the battle on their own ancestors' side would be declared over. Everything they had done would naturally be meaningless. Damn it. Everyone retreat and surround this courtyard. Even if we can't fight, we must not let them leave so easily. Buter Sang scolded angrily. Then he had no choice but to order his people to retreat. Before he had any confidence, he could not let his people suffer unnecessary casualties. On the other side, the fierce battle between Xiao Yan and Buter Hao continued. Xiao Yan's giant elephant skill was not inferior to the old man's body. However, Buter Hao had the advantage in terms of his cultivation. Moreover, his sharp aura had a suppressive effect on Xiao Yan's giant elephant skill. If the battle dragged on, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan to win. Bang! Suddenly, the purple-colored flame in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually dimmed. It turned into a bright red color. At the same time, the purple-colored heavenly flame that covered his body also turned into the bright red lotus yi flame. At the same time, the golden body that was agglomerated by the giant elephant's skill became even more real. Chapter 1299. Bang! Their fists collided and both of them retreated 100 steps back. The moment Xiao Yan's body stopped moving, a sharp energy pillar shot toward him again. His expression did not change at all. Xiao Yan's body, which was wrapped in the red lotus hellfire, shook. He threw out a punch with the back of his hand, causing the energy pillar to explode. Humph! Although your combat power is not bad, you are still too young. The difference in cultivation is not something that can be overcome with strength alone. Seeing this, Buter Hao snorted coldly. He waved his hand and the golden mountain saber once again fell into his hand. The saber shook and the sharp aura caused the space to tremble. It is still too early to be happy. The outcome has not been decided yet. How do you know that I am no match for you? Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled coldly. He took a step forward, and the crimson flame immediately turned into a wave of fire that swept out in all directions. Buterhau did not move. The golden mountain saber shook slightly, and the wave of fire was split into two. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body suddenly rushed forward. He clenched his hand, and the crimson flame condensed into a huge flaming ruler in his palm. His body was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye he was already in front of Buterhau. The huge ruler carried a ferocious wind that caused the space to fluctuate, and it violently slashed toward Buterhau, who was as still as a mountain. Under the pressure of such a strong wind, Buterhau's body did not move. On his face, there was not the slightest hint of caution when the huge ruler was slashing toward him. A pair of turbid old eyes stared at the huge flaming ruler that was getting closer and closer. When the distance between the two of them was only half a foot, Buterhau casually took a step to the left. The huge ruler fell, but it brushed past Buterhau's shoulder at an extremely dangerous angle. This ferocious attack did not have any effect. Almost at the moment Xiaoyan's attack missed, Buterhau suddenly turned his body, and a whip kick was aimed at Xiaoyan's head. The attack was as swift as lightning, and it was powerful and overbearing. When Buterhau's kick landed, a deep sonic boom reverberated, as if an explosion had occurred underground. It was dull and horrifying. In the face of Buterhau's swift and cold attack, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. When he used the sky extinction step, he immediately turned the huge flaming ruler. In the end, Buterhau's attack still landed on the ruler and Xiaoyan's body. He took the opportunity to retreat. When Buterhau's attack landed on the huge ruler, a powerful force suddenly surged out and blasted the huge flaming ruler apart. The flaming ruler turned into flames that filled the sky and enveloped Buterhau. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the spectators could not help but change. Although they had heard many stories about Xiaoyan, he was still an expert in the initial stage of the Origin King realm. In front of an 8-star Origin King, he was still too inexperienced. Humph! I really overestimated you. Buterhau strode out of the flames without fear. Although it was a heavenly flame, it had already been destroyed by him. Naturally, he would not take it seriously. Moreover, his Tiangang body was indestructible. Just this little bit of flame would not be able to hurt him. If it's just based on physical strength, I'm afraid I'm not your match. Even if it's based on cultivation, you are still far from being my match. I've been an 8-star Origin King for hundreds of years. Even if my cultivation has not improved, I'm still not someone a little brat like you can compare to. Before Xiaoyan could finish his sentence, Buterhau laughed coldly. Then, he held the golden blade in one hand and stared at Xiaoyan with a cold gaze. He said slowly, "Remember, you asked for everything that happened today. Originally, I was still looking for the whereabouts of the Luo Tianding. However, since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll gladly accept it." As he spoke, Buterhau took a heavy step forward. However, after taking 2 steps before he could take a 3rd step, his body suddenly stiffened. His muscular body immediately felt an intense pain in his heart. At the same time, the old man's body could not help but tremble. His old face also became distorted. This is the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? I'm sure you've heard of it before. His specialty is to burn and devour the body. Even if you have a diamond body, it will not be a problem for you. Xiaoyan softly laughed. Buterhau's strong body gradually shrank after his words sounded. Finally, he once again returned to his stooped state. At this moment, the flesh on his body, regardless of whether it was his shoulders, waist, or legs, had been completely devoured by the flame, revealing the dense white bones beneath. Due to the burning of the flame, not even the slightest bit of blood seeped out from the places where the flesh was missing. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus, brat, you're despicable. Buterhau endured the intense pain that was being transmitted from all over his body. His face was filled with fury as he looked at Xiaoyan. He had never expected that the Tiangang body that he was so proud of would be broken in such a manner. "Ha, old sir, aren't these words a little too laughable? You are using the cultivation of an 8-star Origin Emperor to deal with a junior, yet you say that I am despicable?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but sneer. There was no reason to speak of in this world. Tactics were just one way to win. If this old fellow could use the cultivation of an 8-star Origin Emperor to suppress him, he could naturally use the heavenly flame to break through his golden body. If it were not for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, it would not have been so easy for him to break through the old fellow's Tiangang body. Upon hearing this, Buterhau's wrinkled old face could not help but turn slightly green. The anger in his heart burned even more. A junior, a mere early-stage Origin Emperor, dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Xiaoyan was the first person in 1,000 years to do so. Huff! Buterhouse suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly closed his eyes. The moment he opened them, a sharp light flashed in the depths of his turbid old eyes. The space in front of him distorted slightly. Immediately after, he held the golden blade tightly in one hand and waved his arm. The vigorous aura in his body surged again. "Kid, you will pay the price for your arrogance." As he roared, Buterhouse's hunched body suddenly jerked. He raised the golden blade in his hand, and Genesis chi frantically gushed out from his body. At the same time, waves of powerful and domineering force rapidly gathered in the surrounding void. In the blink of an eye, the force transformed into dozens of giant golden blades that emitted golden light. Great Tao Technique. Chapter 1300. Great Tao Technique. Mountain-shattering blade. When Buterhouse shouted angrily, he immediately grasped the hilt of his sword tightly. When he raised the golden mountain sword above his head, the golden swords that were formed by the power of the great path in the void around him turned into streaks of golden light and quickly merged into the golden mountain sword. With the continuous infusion of these powers, the golden mountain sword, which was originally about 1 meter in size, rapidly expanded. The blade emitted a dazzling golden light, turning the dark night into day. Streaks of sharpness emanated from it. As the blade vibrated slightly, the void was mercilessly torn apart. A powerful aura spread from the golden mountain blade, causing many of the experts present to reveal looks of horror. Buterhouse was indeed an 8-star Genesis Emperor. Once his cultivation was fully displayed, the so-called Origin Kings were nothing. As the crowd retreated, they hurriedly circulated the Genesis chi in their bodies and rapidly formed a protective shield around their bodies. In the distant void, the patriarch of the Fuda clan, Fuda Sang, watched the scene before him with a solemn expression. He naturally understood his ancestor very well. Once the mountain-shattering blade was used, no one below the Genesis ancestor level would be able to survive. This time, Fu Taheo wanted to decide the outcome of the battle in one round. At the same time, on the opposite side of Buterhouse, Xiaoyan wore a stern expression as he watched the scene in front of him. His heart was quietly awed. This old man was an 8-star Origin Emperor after all. His fighting strength was extraordinary. With Xiaoyan's current strength, he was really no match for this old man if he did not use his trump card. At this moment, Xiaoyan admitted that with his current fighting strength, he was at the very most equal to an ordinary 5-star Origin Emperor. Despite this, Xiaoyan still felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. However, he did not know just what kind of situation would occur if his thoughts were to spread to the ears of others. With his initial Genesis Emperor cultivation, Buterhouse was able to contend with an 8-star Genesis Emperor for a long time without being defeated. In fact, his battle prowess was already comparable to an ordinary 5-star Genesis Emperor. Others could not wait to be envious of him, but he was still dissatisfied. Although Xiaoyan was dissatisfied, Buterhouse was already prepared to decide the victor with him. At such a time he naturally could not continue to hesitate. As his gaze turned back, Xiaoyan's heart trembled slightly. A glint flashed in his eyes, and with a flip of his right hand, the heavy Shen ruler appeared in his hand. With a gentle shake of the ruler, blazing flames immediately rose from it. Waves of Genesis chi flowed through the various meridians in his body and rapidly gathered in the giant ruler. At the same time, a surging power rapidly gathered in Xiaoyan's left palm. "Brat, before you die, I'll let you know what a true Origin Emperor is." A thunder-like furious cry was emitted from Fu Tuhao's mouth. At the same time, the golden mountain blade in his hand, which was raised high above his head, was wrapped in a frightening energy as it tore through the empty air and charged toward Xiaoyan like a flood. The frightening energy contained in it suddenly erupted at this moment. Mountain-breaking blade, mountain-breaking river, break. The bright golden glow fell from all directions like a falling meteor. It carried a sharp ear-piercing explosion as it cut through the air in a lightning-like manner and shot toward Xiaoyan in the distance. The empty space collapsed wherever the golden light passed. The courtyard below was also completely destroyed. The enormous manor where the Fuda clan was located also collapsed because of it. The full power attack of an 8-star Genesis Emperor was so terrifying. In the face of such a powerful attack, everyone's expression instantly changed. Even the experts of the Buterhouse clan paled. Such a sharp momentum and the perfect fusion of Great Tao power and Genesis chi meant that the Great Tao skill unleashed would be even more terrifying. No one below the Genesis ancestor level would be able to block this attack. Although Xiaoyan isn't comparable to ordinary Genesis Emperors, if he wants to defeat my ancestor, he overestimates himself. A cold smile involuntarily appeared on Fu Tusang's face when he sensed the frightening energy contained in Fu Tuhao's blade. It was as though he had already seen Xiao Yan's ending. After all, the gap between their cultivations caused this originally disparate fight to appear even more meaningless. Easy. Xiao Yan took a step forward and a wave of fire swept out. His eyes, suffused with purple flames, stared intently at the approaching golden blade. His face was cold and callous as he gradually tightened his grip on the heavy buster sword. The veins on his arms bulged like small wriggling snakes. Flames flowed on the giant buster sword, and the purple flames were embedded in the cracks of the giant buster sword. The body of the buster sword gradually turned red and scalding. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of the slightly hot air. His expression turned flushed red. Immediately, the heavy Shen ruler in his hand was violently swung from bottom to top under the focus of the countless number of gazes around him. Ancient heavenly flame ruler. A wild cry suddenly sounded. Immediately, 100 feet large purple ruler glow shot out explosively from the heavy ruler in a frightening manner with an irresistible force. The moment the ruler glow shot out, the space rippled like the surface of a lake with a huge rock thrown into it. Circle after circle of invisible space ripples swept out like waves. In an instant, the already crumbling Fuda Manor had a huge crack that was about 10 feet wide. It followed the trajectory of the ruler glow and quickly spread out under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people. The huge purple ruler glow broke through the air like lightning. Countless gazes paused in mid-air, and their faces were filled with shock as they waited for the result of the collision between the two balls of destructive energy. Boom. At a certain moment, a blinding light shone down from the sky. The energy between the heavens and the earth raged wildly. In the empty space, the purple light and the dazzling golden light finally couldn't withstand the abnormal movement of the energy. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion sounded, and a ferocious and terrifying energy storm swept out from mid-air. Wherever the storm passed, the entire empty space and even the manor city below were greatly affected. Gotcha. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound was emitted from the empty space that no one could look directly at. The hearts of countless people trembled as they abruptly lifted their heads. Some of the strong people present could faintly see that the purple ruler glow, which was colliding with the huge golden blade, had quietly exploded and formed a crack. From the looks of it, it seemed that Fu Tuhao's mountain-breaking blade was superior to the Tudo skills. Chapter 1301. That kid finally can't hold on any longer. The scene that appeared in the midair also caused quite a number of members of the Fuda clan to exclaim. They clearly understood that this was the final fight between both parties. If anyone was the first to be unable to endure, the outcome would naturally be obvious. At this moment, Xiao Yan's ruler glow was the first to shatter. His defeat had already been revealed. Ka. The number of crack lines on the majestic ruler glow increased in front of a countless number of anxious gazes. Although the glow on the golden blade of his opponent was also gradually weakening, it was clear that Xiao Yan's purple flame ruler glow was the first to be unable to endure. Xiao Yan's ancient everlasting ruler is no match for that old man's great Dao skill. At this moment, the expressions of Bai Hua and the rest in the courtyard had turned ugly. The Genesis Qi within their bodies involuntarily began to circulate. They were ready to intervene if any unexpected changes were to occur. Among the few of them, the little fairy doctor was undoubtedly the most anxious. A purple glow suddenly surged in her bright pretty eyes. Even if her cultivation was insufficient, she would definitely make the Fuda clan pay a terrible price if anything happened to Xiao Yan. As for Fu Tusang and the others, their faces were filled with mockery. Xiao Yan's defeat was already set in stone, and Bai Hua and the others would naturally not be able to escape death. As long as Lian and the little fairy doctor were left behind, the others would naturally be useless. With these two women, the Fuda clan would be able to make a meteoric rise. Even if they didn't go to the central region, no one in the extreme south would be a match for the Fuda clan, not even the Burning Flame Valley. Something's not right. The Genesis Qi in that guy's body seems to be continuously draining. Li Bingrui, who was frowning slightly, suddenly spoke. Her words caused the little fairy doctors and Bai Hua's expressions to change. While they were puzzled, their gazes also fell on Xiao Yan. Sure enough, although Xiao Yan's expression was calm, his aura was much weaker than before and was still weakening. Even if he had used the ancient everlasting ruler, this shouldn't be the case given the current situation. Boom. However, the enormous shocking ruler glow in the sky was finally unable to endure the frightening might of the golden blade while this group of people were feeling doubtful. It emitted a bang, and was shattered from the middle. The entire ruler glow also burst apart in an instant. Hot waves of fire suddenly swept out and once again destroyed the manor below. Eek. Xiaoyan, this is the end. A cold smile surfaced on Buduhao's ferocious old face as he watched the startling greatness ruler glow completely collapse. Although his mountain-breaking saber had consumed a lot of energy in this clash, it was not difficult for him to kill Xiaoyan with the remaining energy in it. In the sky, the golden blade glow, which had dimmed down, carried the radiance of victory as it completely destroyed the ruler glow. The appearance of this scene also caused everyone present to understand in their hearts that the outcome of this exchange had already been decided between the two. Attack. Other than the little fairy doctor and that girl, kill the rest. At the same time, Buduhao's face, which was filled with a ferocious smile, turned to look at the little fairy doctor's group below. As his hand rose and fell, his cold voice, which was filled with killing intent, was spat out from his mouth. The surrounding experts from the Buter clan also let out furious cries as they charged toward the little fairy doctor's group below. On the other side, the surrounding crowd could only withdraw their gazes somewhat bitterly. Fortunately, they did not fall out with the Buter clan because of Xiaoyan's attack. Otherwise, their fates would likely be much more miserable than theirs. In the sky, Xiaoyan looked at the golden blade glow that was rapidly magnifying in his eyes. There was no visible change in his calm expression. His gaze swept across the void and looked directly at Buterhao. When the latter saw this, he first frowned. Then he let out a disdainful sneer. Even before his death, he still wanted to be mysterious. In the next second, Xiaoyan flipped his right palm, and the dark heavy buster sword was stored in the storage ring in the blink of an eye. With a flick of his finger, a ray of black light instantly shot out. Almost at the same time, in the void in front of Xiaoyan, the great path tent condensed in the blink of an eye. His footsteps changed and he instantly executed the heavenly extinction step. In the next second, the void beside Buterhao suddenly distorted. When his expression changed drastically, the golden blade in his hand ruthlessly slashed toward the void without hesitation. Boom! In the sky, a huge blade glow exploded with a bang. A purple figure also appeared in the brilliance that filled the sky. The moment Buterhao's old eyes swept across, he saw an expressionless figure. The void that the golden blade had previously swept across was empty. It's over? It was at this moment that a cold and low voice quietly sounded in Buterhao's ears. The instant his pupils abruptly shrank, an ice-cold palm lightly pressed against his chest. Heart-shattering palm. Explode. When the palm landed, Buterhao's hunched body violently trembled. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the life in his eyes rapidly faded. The moment his body fell, Xiaoyan beckoned with his hand, and a storage ring appeared out of thin air. Xiaoyan caught the ring in his hand, and his body involuntarily trembled. His originally rosy face turned pale in the blink of an eye. Consecutively using a battle skill consumed a lot of Genesis Chi, not to mention that in order to deal with this old fellow, he had used the heart-shattering palm, an E-class battle skill that he didn't dare to use easily. Not only did it consume his Genesis Chi, but it also consumed a lot of his spirit power. Fortunately, he had successfully dealt with this old fellow. After stabilizing his body, Xiaoyan turned around and looked indifferently at Buter Sang and the others, who were charging towards the little fairy doctor and the others. With a thought, the North King immediately rushed over. In the sky above the courtyard, Buter Sang was leading a group of clan members to besiege the four figures in front of him. Fierce attacks continuously rushed forward, trapping the four in the courtyard. Although the number of Origin King experts on both sides was equal, the little fairy doctor and the others didn't have much room to retaliate. Her poison mist could only block the attacks for a while, but it couldn't last for long. Bai Hua, Li Bingrui, and the puppet each faced a Origin King expert from the Buter clan. At this moment, the collision between the 6 people on both sides was growing more and more intense. Bai Hua and Buter Sang each sent out a palm strike, and both figures rapidly retreated. Bai Hua's expression was cold, while Buter Sang's brows were constantly furrowed. As he retreated, a figure suddenly caught him from behind. Patriarch. Buter Sang raised his brows and his face lit up with joy. He hurriedly turned around, but what entered his eyes was an ice-cold and indifferent face. Chapter 1302. Bang! When Fuda Sang saw the North King in midair, his expression froze. The North King's fist landed squarely on his chest. A thunderous explosion sounded from within Fuda Sang's body. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His entire body fell from the sky uncontrollably, and the vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated. Hua! The appearance of this scene immediately shocked the surrounding experts. The scene of Xiao Yan killing Fu Tuhao earlier had yet to be erased from their minds. At this moment, the Northern King had simply killed an expert of the Origin King class with a single punch. This caused the hearts of these people to feel even more shocked. Killing a Origin King with a single punch. With this strength, the fighting strength of this puppet was at least at the Origin Emperor class. In other words, there were 2 Origin Kings and 3 Origin Kings in Xiao Yan's team. Such a team could be compared to a sect even in the extreme south. This time the Fuda family had really met a tough opponent. After being shocked, everyone's faces were naturally filled with gloating expressions. They did not have any good impression of the Fuda clan. Now that Fuda Hao was dead, the Fuda clan no longer posed much of a threat to them. If the clan leader and the 2 elders were to die in Xiao Yan's hands, would it not be easier for them to take over this Nanlin city? Clan leader. At the same time, the 2 elders of the Fuda family also noticed the situation here. Their expressions suddenly changed, and a crazy killing intent rose in their hearts at this moment. Xiao Yan, you killed my ancestor, destroyed my Fuda family business, and now you dare to kill my clan leader. You have gone too far. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely kill you here today. The ancestor and clan head had both died. The situation was already over. One could easily imagine the fate of the Fuda clan. Faced with all of this and once again looking at Xiao Yan who had caused this current situation, the hearts of the 2 elders were filled with an endless hatred. The 2 of them exchanged glances with one another. A craziness surfaced in their turbid old eyes. The expression on their old faces had also become ferocious. As the seals in their hands changed, the Genesis chi in their bodies suddenly began to surge violently. From the looks of it, the 2 were planning to self-destruct in order to take revenge on Xiao Yan's group. The surrounding experts' expressions changed drastically when they sensed the changes in the 2 elders' energy. Even they did not dare to underestimate the power of an Origin King expert's self-destruction. These 2 lunatics. The Genesis chi in their bodies surged wildly, causing the bodies of the 2 old men to swell uncontrollably. They were like balloons that were rapidly inflating. At the same time that their skin burst apart, bright red pillars of blood continued to shoot out from within. A savage and painful expression was revealed on the twisted faces of the 2 old men. However, Xiao Yan flipped the 5 fingers on his right hand a moment later. 5 dark black steel needles immediately appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation he immediately shot them out. 5 steel needles streaked across the sky like black lightning bolts. Just as the energy in the 2 elders' bodies swelled and their bodies were on the verge of exploding, their bodies trembled in unison. The moment the steel needles shot into their bodies, the rampaging Genesis chi in the vortex instantly quieted down. The 2 elders lost control of the vortex, and all Genesis chi involuntarily flowed out from all parts of their bodies. Their swollen bodies gradually returned to their original appearance. As they watched their bodies gradually recover, there was no joy in their eyes. Instead, their eyes were filled with endless pity. They did not even have the ability to commit suicide. Initially my target was Fu Tuhao. I didn't intend to attack you. However, you shouldn't have attacked my friend. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he slowly spat out these words. The Northern King suddenly attacked when his words sounded. 2 palms slammed heavily on the heads of the 2 old men. One could hear a low, deep sound of bones shattering. The bodies of these 2 old men fell uncontrollably. After which, Xiao Yan glanced at the remaining members of the Fuda clan in the blink of an eye. Everyone hurriedly withdrew upon seeing this. Their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with horror. At the same time, they also knew that the Fuda clan was completely finished. They would definitely become homeless dogs. Xiao Yan glanced at the little fairy doctor and the others below. After confirming that they were fine, he slowly exhaled. Just as he was about to descend, a ray of sunlight pierced through the dark night in the distant eastern horizon and shone on Xiao Yan's face. It was dawn. While the Fuda clan was being dealt with, in a vast mountain forest in the central region, a young man in black robes slowly withdrew from his cultivation on a cliff. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the light of dawn shooting from the eastern horizon. Hugh, the young man slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. As he felt the power in his body that was even more vigorous than before, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a mocking smile. 6-star Origin Emperor. If I continue at this speed, I believe that my cultivation will be able to advance to the Origin Ancestor level in less than a year. When that time comes. As he thought about his future prospects, a blazing look involuntarily flashed across the young man's eyes. This matter cannot be rushed. Before you possess sufficient strength, it is best not to easily expose yourself. Otherwise, once they set their eyes on you, it will be very difficult for us to escape. Immediately after, the space beside the young man suddenly distorted. Soon after, an old figure with a slightly illusory body appeared beside him. Teacher is right. They already have doubts about my cultivation speed. If I am too eager for quick success, I'm afraid that old fellow will personally take action against me. That girl is his favorite. Anyone would be cautious. Don't be anxious. There will always be someone more concerned about this matter than us. As long as we control her, there will be no need to be afraid that old fellow won't listen to us obediently. Hearing this, the old man laughed coldly. His pair of sinister old eyes contained a trace of resentment. If it were not for that person, he would not have ended up in such a state. Fortunately, everything that had happened in the past was now placed in front of him, waiting for him to take it back. May I ask, is this the woeful Disaster Mountain Range? Chapter 1303. Just as the master and disciple were chatting with a cold expression, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky not far away and interrupted the conversation between the two. In almost an instant, two cold gazes landed on the middle-aged figure, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold sneer. The young man involuntarily licked his lips as though he had seen his prey. Seeing this scene, the expression on the middle-aged man's face became a little uncomfortable, and he felt a wave of fear in his heart. A bad premonition quickly rose from the bottom of his heart, and he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately cupped his hands towards the two of them and was about to leave. Since you have asked so politely, I should reply. It's just that I was a little hungry just now. Did I scare you? However, just as the middle-aged man turned around, the young man's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. There was a warm smile on the young man's face, and there was not the slightest trace of coldness in his eyes. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. Not only that, the middle-aged man was also extremely shocked by the young man's strange movement technique. The seemingly young black-robed young man in front of him was actually able to flash in front of him in the blink of an eye. This scene was really shocking. The middle-aged man acknowledged that the cultivation of a 5-star origin king was not considered too strong. However, this young man in front of him really caused him to feel that it was difficult to imagine. This speed was likely comparable to Xiao Yan, who was still resting in his clan. The man in front of him was actually another monster with a cultivation talent that could be called heaven-defying. Sir, you must be joking. I was just impulsive just now, so I disturbed, sir. If I have offended you, please forgive me. When the middle-aged man regained his senses, the expression on his face quickly changed. He laughed dryly and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Only then did he hurriedly bow to the young man in front of him with a respectful attitude. After all, this world still belonged to the strong. With enough strength, even the most arrogant person would have to bow down obediently. When the young man saw the middle-aged man's attitude, he couldn't help but have a smug look on his face. Immediately, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm sorry. It's fine. Since you asked whether this is the wretched Disaster Mountain Range, I will tell you that this is the wretched Disaster Mountain Range, and it is the territory of the Dewey sect. May I know why you have come to the Dewey sect?" Although he had already confirmed the doubts in his heart, the young man's words still made him feel somewhat at a loss. After all, it was a mission given by the patriarch. However, the person standing in front of him was an origin king expert whose cultivation was not weaker than Xiao Yan. Under such pressure, the middle-aged man could not help but hesitate. Don't worry. I am from the Dewey sect. My name is Su Zhen and I am a disciple of the Dewey sect. If you have any questions or anything else, you can tell me. I will pass on the message for you. If you don't believe me, I can bring you in. Su Zhen had a warm smile on his face. When the middle-aged man saw this, the worry in his heart naturally lessened. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, in the end he still told Su Zhen the purpose of this trip. When Su Zhen heard Xiao Yan's name from the middle-aged man's mouth, the expression on his originally calm face instantly became gloomy. A bloodthirsty killing intent uncontrollably surged out from within his eyes. He actually completely ignored the words of the middle-aged man. It was a long while later before he slowly said in a low and hoarse voice, "Xiao Yan, the Xiao Yan clan Xiao Yan. Good. Xiao Yan, is he coming to the middle region? We will have to settle the debt between us." Seeing the sudden change in Su Zhen's expression, the middle-aged man's heart could not help but shiver inwardly. Genesis Qi quietly circulated in his body as his body retreated almost imperceptibly. He could faintly sense that Su Zhen's mood was rapidly deteriorating. If he continued to stay, he would only bring trouble to himself. Sir, I hope you won't forget the request of my Fuda clan. We will, ugh. However, before the middle-aged man could finish his words, a blood-stained palm instantly pierced through his chest. Then, the purplish-black poisonous fog rapidly condensed in the palm, forming a vortex. At the same time, a ferocious suction force surged out. The middle-aged man's body began to twist uncontrollably at this moment, and a miserable and painful hiss came from his throat. The poisonous fog spread, and when it enveloped his entire body, the hiss gradually faded away. In the end, the poisonous fog, along with his entire body, converged into the palm, becoming a part of Su Zhen. Hugh. After a long time, Su Zhen opened his eyes again. A faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes as a gentle smile rose from the corners of his lips. His cultivation had finally stabilized at the 6-star Origin Emperor stage. With the help of the poison mist, his strength was now close to the intermediate 6-star Origin Emperor stage. It was time to leave. Xiaoyan, and that legendary holy maiden. Teacher, disciple knows what to do. As the laughter in his heart faded, Su Zhen slowly stood up with a warm smile on his face. He looked towards the young lady who was carefully walking over with light and graceful steps as a clear laughter was spat out. You lass, instead of cultivating properly, you want to tease me again. You're still 100 feet away, but I've already discovered you. Su Zhen chuckled softly, while the young lady stuck out her tongue with a slightly red face. The former walked forward, his large hand gently rubbing the latter's small head. Soon after, he pulled her up with one hand and headed down the mountain. Let's go. It's time to go back. The sect master knows that you've snuck out for me again. I'm afraid he'll punish you. Su Zhen chuckled softly like a heartwarming big brother. The young lady followed closely behind him. When she heard Su Zhen's words, she playfully curled her lips and quibbled, How did I snuck out? I didn't sneak out. I clearly came out from the side door. Besides, my father can't control me. If he punishes me, you will definitely help me vent my anger, right? The young lady took 2 steps forward and leaned her delicate body against Su Zhen's arm as she spoke with an expectant expression. The latter tilted his head slightly to look at the lass beside him. He paused for a moment before wrapping his arm around the young lady's delicate shoulders and chuckled, Of course. Of course. No matter what, I will definitely side with you. If anyone wants to take you away from me, then they will definitely pay a painful price. As he spoke, Su Zhen turned his head back. A glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. The young lady in his arms had a blissful expression, as if she had already found the most precious person in her life. Chapter 1304. Southern Region, Extreme South, Nanlin City. Xiaoyan's group was seated cross-legged and resting in a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. At this moment, a storage ring was quietly lying in Xiaoyan's hand. This was the storage ring that he had taken from Fu Tuhao's corpse. That old fellow was an expert at the Origin Emperor class and had lived for 1,000 years. It was likely that there were many treasures within the storage ring. Now that he was dead, everything within the storage ring should naturally belong to him. With a thought, the surging spiritual strength in Xiaoyan's body immediately surged. After which, it condensed into a strand and entered the storage ring in his palm. With the insertion of the spiritual strength, everything in the storage ring was also reflected in Xiaoyan's mind. High-class chi methods, dou skills, a collection of medicinal pills, countless spiritual stones, and even quite a number of extremely precious medicinal ingredients and some formation plates. If these things were taken out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the outside world. However, now they all belonged to Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, although the collection within this storage ring was quite great, there were very few things that could enter Xiaoyan's eyes given his current eyesight. After a simple investigation at this moment, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his spiritual strength somewhat unwillingly. However, just as Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was about to withdraw from the storage ring, an inconspicuous fragment suddenly appeared in Xiaoyan's mind from a certain place in the storage ring. Almost at this moment, the spiritual strength that was about to withdraw suddenly paused. After which, a light flashed on the storage ring and a small piece of black parchment appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. A pair of pitch-black eyes stared intently at this small piece of broken parchment in front of him. He felt a somewhat familiar aura on it as well as the special strength that it contained. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes gradually froze. After which, it turned into shock and joy. Ha 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 ha. In the courtyard, uncontrollable laughter was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth and reverberated in the air above the manor. However, when the people outside heard it, their expressions changed and they hurriedly retreated. It was as if they were afraid of angering this person. At this moment, in the courtyard, the little fairy doctor and the others were looking suspiciously at Xiao Yan, who had suddenly laughed out loud. Although they could feel the joy in his heart, this was a little too exaggerated. The origin returning art. I really did not expect it to be in Futu House storage ring. It is really a case of searching high and low for something only to find it by chance. In this way, the ancestors' cultivation method can be considered complete. This seemingly unremarkable piece of black parchment was the remnant scroll of the Returnance art. The origin returning art that Xiao Yan cultivated was the first of the 3 volumes of the origin returning art. In addition to the second volume that he had obtained from Tianju's inheritance and the other half that Xiao Yan had obtained from the auction in the western region, the last remaining part of the origin returning art was now in Xiao Yan's hands. As long as this fragment returned to Xiao Xian's hands, the origin returning art would be considered complete, and Xiao Xian's strength would be able to reach a higher level. After cultivating the origin returning art, one's cultivation would definitely reach the advanced source venerate realm. Now Xiao Yan had finally gathered all of it. Next, when he met Xiao Xian again in the future, he would hand over this fragment to him. This could be considered as settling a huge matter in his heart. Half a day later, the group set off from Nanlin City again and continued to head east. Nanlin City had completely lost all its experts after Xiao Yan's group left. In an instant, this large city, which was quite famous even in the extreme south, had become a delicious cake in the eyes of a countless number of people. Those Yuan kings who had come to congratulate Nanlin City 2 days ago, led a large group of people and once again arrived. However, they were no longer respectful. Experts from all over the place gathered together and crazily fought for everything in the city. Within a short couple of days, the large city was occupied by various factions. At this moment, Xiao Yan's group had slowly arrived at a city to the east of the extreme south. Donghua City. Donghua City was an important city that connected the central region and the southern region. The teleportation formation set up in it led directly to the central region. It was an extremely important city hub at the border of the continent. Its founder was a huge force in the central region, but now Donghua City was under the management of the Yunin Pavilion. At this time, Xiao Yan and the others were standing outside Donghua City. Arriving here meant that they were only one teleportation formation away from the central region. Is this Donghua City? It's really amazing. Looking at the towering city in front of them, which was like a mountain range, Xiao Yan and the others could not help but have a strong sense of shock in their eyes. The size of the city was simply beyond their imagination. The towering city walls had a cold, steel-like luster, and various mysterious runes were carved on them. The faint aura emitted from them made them feel pressured. Even with Xiao Yan's strength, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Donghua City itself was a great formation. What a frightening formation. This large formation is likely much stronger than the Burning Flame Valley sect protecting Great Formation. The group had a solemn expression as their gazes paused on the formation for a long time. Only then did they slowly walk into the city under the strange gazes of the surrounding people. When Xiao Yan and the others entered the city, the extravagant scene in front of them was even more shocking. On both sides of the street, various skyscrapers rose from the ground. The city was a glorious scene. In just a short while, Xiao Yan and the others saw more than a dozen experts at the Origin King level. There was even no lack of Origin Emperor experts. Origin Emperor experts who could dominate an area in the extreme south looked like ordinary people even here. The group did not stay for too long. After asking about the general location of the teleportation formation, they walked towards the center of Donghua City. However, just as they entered the city, an old man in a pavilion also noticed the existence of Xiao Yan and the others. He hesitated for a moment, then his figure moved and disappeared from the tower in the blink of an eye. After a short while, Xiao Yan and the others had already arrived at the center of Donghua City. Compared to other places, this place was undoubtedly more lively. Because of the teleportation formation, experts from all over the continent had gathered here. When Xiao Yan and the others arrived, they even discovered the existence of several Origin sect experts. This scene caused the group to be extremely shocked. It was also at this moment that an old man in a brocade robe suddenly blocked the path of Xiao Yan and the others. May I ask if this Mr. is Xiao Yan? Chapter 1305. An amiable laughter slowly sounded. The forward footsteps of Xiao Yan's group also paused. The few of them exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, their gazes once again returned to the old man in front of them. The old man had a head full of grayish-white hair. His face was rosy and plump. There was a tuft of beard on his chin. His somewhat shriveled hand was slowly stroking it. A pair of turbid old eyes were currently smiling as he stared at the group of people in front of him. This was especially the case when his gaze landed on Xiao Yan. The smile in his eyes became even denser. Seeing the old man in front of him like this, Xiao Yan also knew that the old man must know his identity. Otherwise he would not have such an expression. Without much hesitation he was secretly on guard. He carefully cupped his hands toward the old man in front of him and said, "I am Xiao Yan. May I know what is the matter?" Sensing the change in Xiao Yan's aura, the old man nodded with a kind smile and said, "Don't be nervous. Mister, there is no need to be nervous. No one in Donghua City can touch you and I am no exception." As soon as the old man said this, Xiao Yan was stunned. However, before he could think about why, the old man in front of him continued to speak, "I am Zhang Li. I am the manager of the Union Pavilion in Donghua City. It is my pavilion master who ordered me to wait for you here. Before he left, he repeatedly reminded me that if Mr. Xiao Yan comes here, I must treat you well. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, no matter who it is, they will not appear in Donghua City in the future. Therefore in Donghua City Mr. Xiao Yan can rest assured." The old man laughed softly as he made an inviting gesture toward Xiao Yan. Only then did the latter come to a sudden understanding. No wonder this old man was able to recognize him at a glance. It was actually something done by Luo Jin. Moreover, from the words of Zhang Li earlier, it appeared that the strength of the hidden cloud pavilion in this area was much greater than he had imagined. "Elder, you are too polite." Returning to his senses, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands towards the old man in front of him. Only then did he lead the few people behind him towards a certain place in the center of the city under Zhang Li's lead. Although Donghua City is nominally under the control of the hidden cloud pavilion, it still belongs to the southern region. Other than managing some trivial matters, most of the resources and shops in the city still belong to the forces of the southern region. Don't underestimate them. On the surface they seem to be shops opened by ordinary kings, but behind them, there are even more powerful forces supporting them, Yi Futian said. While the few of them were curiously observing the surrounding shops, Zhang Li's somewhat cautious voice was spat out. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in understanding. Donghua City was one of the most important cities in the extreme south. How could an ordinary faction be able to establish a shop here and be able to live in such a stable manner? Senior, you're talking about the Origin Emperor, right? Xiao Yan smiled. Those who could set up a force here were naturally Origin Emperors. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yan, that's hard to say. The southern region is vast but sparsely populated. There are countless experts who have yet to appear. What you've seen is only the surface of the southern region. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately hardened when these words were uttered. He naturally understood the meaning behind the old man's words. This was just like the mysterious valley of the Qin wasteland back in the western region. On the surface, it was indeed the largest faction in the western region. However, the one who could truly be called the Dragon Head was the Murong clan located in the western region of the western wasteland, or the Blood Flame Bird tribe in the Fire Maple Forest in the extreme south. Until now, Xiao Yan had only seen the tribe head of the Blood Flame Bird tribe, Zhu Hao, and his son Zhu Kan. The size of their entire tribe was naturally unimaginable. The continent was very large and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This was also why one had to be careful when walking on the continent. There was no absolute power on this continent. A moment later, the group of people appeared in a pavilion. In the hall, after the few of them took their seats, Zhang Li walked in front of them, cupped his hands and said slowly, "Senior brother Zhang Li, I'm sorry." He slowly said, "I wonder if you know anything about my Union Pavilion or the central region?" The few people seated shook their heads when these words were uttered. This was the first time that they had headed to the middle region of the continent. Who would know just what kind of scenery it was? As for the Hidden Cloud Pavilion, even Xiao Yan knew that it was a faction that belonged to the middle region. He did not know just where it came from. Zhang Li softly acknowledged when he saw everyone shake their heads. It was as if he was not surprised by this result. After which, he continued to speak. Before the pavilion chief left, he specially instructed the old me to inform everyone clearly if they were to come here. The middle region is different from the borders of the continent. The factions there are more complicated. At the same time, it is also more dangerous. Mr. Xiao Yan needs to pay attention to some of the stronger factions in the middle region. The division of the factions in the central region is different from other regions. Other than some powerful magical beast clans, the human factions are led by the Pill Tower, followed by the Tianyuan sect and the Ghost Gate. There are also the three great clans, the Shao clan, the Bai clan and the Ouyang clan. Finally, there are the other four great factions led by the Cloud Immortal sect. The Ghost Temple sect is also one of them. The Heavenly Cloud Villa, where my Cloud Immortal sect is located, is one of them. The other faction is called the Dui sect. I believe that Mr. Xiao Yin will come into contact with them in the future. Zhang Li's gaze involuntarily landed on the little fairy doctor and Lianer when he finished speaking. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see the difference between the two women. Xiao Yan's expression changed when he heard about the Xiao clan. He did not expect the Xiao clan to be one of the super factions in the central region. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan could not help but worry about Xiao Xian's current situation. The latter had yet to obtain the complete third scroll of the origin returning art, and his cultivation would definitely be affected. It was likely that he would not be able to avoid trouble in the Xiao clan. A chilly glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he thought of this. It was fine if Xiao Xian was fine. However, if he were to head to the Xiao clan and see Xiao Xian being treated coldly by others, it was fine if he did not want this so-called clan. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan finally recovered. Zhang Li also opened his mouth once again. Although most of these factions hold their own, Mr. Xiao Yan should pay special attention to the Ghost Temple sect and the Cloud Celestial sect. On the surface, these two factions are indeed as famous as the Heavenly Cloud Villa and the Dui sect. However, they are actually branches of the Heavenly Origin sect and the Ghost Gate. The two factions are wary of each other and have been in conflict for many years. They are scattered across the borders of the continent. It was only in recent years that the Ghost Temple sect gradually gathered its forces and withdrew from the borders of the continent. Although this is the case, Mr. Xiao Yan should be extremely careful if you encounter them in the future. Xiao Yan could not help but nod his head solemnly when he heard this. He naturally knew the reason why the Ghost Hall gathered its forces better than anyone else. However, he did not expect that the first thing he would face when he was about to step into the central region would be the Ghost Temple sect. As for the so-called Ghost Gate, it was likely that it was an even more terrifying existence. In addition, the Pavilion Master specially instructed before he left that if Mr. Xiao Yan encounters any trouble that he cannot resolve, he can come to the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The Pavilion Master will definitely do his best to help. Chapter 1306. In the pavilion, Xiao Yan and the rest stood up with smiles on their faces after listening to Zhang Li's kind explanation. They cupped their fists together towards the old man in front of them and respectfully said, "Thank you, Elder." A smile involuntarily surfaced on Zhang Li's old face when he saw everyone's reaction. He gently lifted his hand and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Xiao Yan is too polite. This old man is merely following orders. All of this was instructed by the Pavilion Master. I am merely passing on the Pavilion Master's words. I only hope that Mr. Xiao Yan will be cautious after reaching the central region. The people there cannot be compared to the southern region." Zhang Li's tone carried a hint of caution towards the end of his words. He had naturally heard of Xiao Yan's actions in the extreme south. Based on Xiao Yan's character, he would inevitably attract trouble once he reached the central region. Haha, this junior will remember Elder's kind reminder in his heart. However, there are times when trouble does not necessarily come from oneself. If anyone thinks that my friends and I are easy to bully, I will definitely use my fists to tell them that we are not persimmons. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. A cold glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. His words were clearly referring to the Ghost Temple sect. Even if Xiao Yan truly wanted to avoid that group of people who were neither human nor ghost, it was likely that it would be difficult for him to do so. The Ghost Temple sect would definitely take action against him during this trip to the central region. At that time, not only him, but even his friends would inevitably encounter trouble because of this. The best way to deal with this was to use violence to curb violence. He would use a sufficiently powerful force to kill and expel all the intruders. When Zhang Li saw the cold murderous intent that flashed across Xiao Yan's face, he involuntarily opened his mouth. However, he remained silent in the end. He nodded his head and said, "In that case, this old man wishes everyone a smooth journey in advance. We will meet again in the future. See you again in the future." Everyone cupped their fists in unison. Then, under Zhang Li's lead, they once again came to the center of Donghua City. The human flow on the spacious open ground was like a flood. At this moment, a dazzling golden glow was being emitted from between over 10 stone pillars on an enormous tall platform. Following the extreme flickering of the glow, a group of human figures appeared on the stone platform a short moment later. The gazes of quite a number of people present also followed and looked over. At this moment, Xiao Yan's gaze had noticed the stone pillars around the stone platform. Compared to the transportation formations he had seen in the past, the one in front of him seemed to be different. Sensing Xiao Yan's gaze, Zhang faintly smiled. He gently stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiaoyan, do you think there's something wrong with this teleportation portal?" Ah. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression was first stunned and then he recovered. He smiled embarrassedly and said a little awkwardly, "Although I have seen many teleportation portals before, it seems that this teleportation portal is different in both size and structure." Ah, Mr. Xiaoyan's observation is very detailed. Compared to the teleportation portals in the southern, western and northern regions, this teleportation portal is indeed different. Mr. Xiaoyan may not know, but the construction of a teleportation portal itself is not fixed. The reason why the teleportation portals that are commonly seen are all rank 5 is because the formation of a teleportation portal itself requires a large amount of spiritual energy as the foundation. Only when one spiritual energy reaches rank 5 can it be formed. Xiaoyan involuntarily nodded when he spoke until this point. He had also heard of this point. The agglomeration of a teleportation formation required a great amount of spiritual strength as the price. No one below the rank 5 formation master level was able to successfully agglomerate it. But other than that, there are rank 6 and even rank 7 teleportation portals above rank 5. The teleportation portal in Donghua City is rank 6. Compared to a rank 5 teleportation portal, a rank 6 teleportation portal consumes more energy, but at the same time the teleportation distance and speed will be greatly increased. It is precisely because the distance between the central and southern regions is so great that only a rank 6 teleportation portal can achieve such an effect. Of course, other than the regional teleportation array, there are also some short-distance teleportation arrays. There is no need to set up a formation array. As long as you borrow the power of the formation plate, you will be able to perform short-distance teleportation arrays. However, the disadvantage of those teleportation arrays is that they are aimless. However, for some people who are fleeing, it is not a bad choice. In short, different formations have different effects. Although there are many alchemists on this continent, formation masters are not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, there are too many forces that have neglected the existence of formation masters. Many alchemists have neglected the existence of formation masters. As he spoke, Zhang Li's eyes involuntarily swept over Xiaoyan. He was naturally aware that the black-robed young man in front of him was also an alchemist. It was also because of this that there was an additional emotion at the end of his words. Due to the existence of the Pill Tower, all the experts on this continent believed that alchemists were the best. However, because of this, they had neglected the equally powerful formation masters. It must be said that this was a kind of tragedy. Xiaoyan came to a sudden understanding in his heart after hearing Zhang Li's words. He did not have much understanding of formations. In the past, he had underestimated the strength of a formation master. Now that he thought about it, a formation master did have its own unique points. If it could flourish in the future, it was likely that it would become one of the most popular professions on the Yuanwu continent. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, the group moved towards the tall platform in front of them. Zhang Li looked at the backs of the group in front of him and could not help but have a vague guess in his heart. It was likely that the middle region would stir up a storm because of this group of people in the future. The group slowly stepped onto the tall platform and entered the formation. Outside, there was an old man in golden robes controlling the formation. After everyone stepped into the formation, the old man once again changed his familiar seal. Following the rapid change of the seal in the old man's hand, the formation under everyone's feet and the surrounding stone pillars also emitted a wave of golden light. When the golden light enveloped everyone within the formation like the light of the scorching sun, everyone's vision also became blurry. Hum hum hum. A wave of golden light once again flashed on the large square. Everyone present glanced indifferently at it. Soon after, a group of figures appeared within the formation in the middle of the square. After the golden light faded, Xiaoyan's group's vision gradually recovered. They carefully observed their surroundings. Their eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. So, this is the central region. Chapter 1307. The ancient Orchid City was a small city located in the southwest of the central region. Although this place was not under the control of any faction, due to the existence of a transportation array, the ancient Orchid City had become the most popular city in this area. Just the daily flow of customers was comparable to some of the big cities in the central region. One could imagine how prosperous the city was. At this very moment, in the middle of the ancient Orchid City, Xiaoyan and the others revealed curious expressions as they sized up their surroundings. A long while later, they finally walked toward a street under the disdainful gazes of the people around them. The passers-by on both sides of the street looked at the few curious young people with mocking expressions on their faces. The gazes they used to look at them were as though they were looking at a group of country bumpkins. Although they had seen quite a number of young people who had just arrived, there would always be people who would mock and ridicule them. In fact, there would also be quite a few people who would find trouble with them. "I say, little brats, is this your first time in the central region?" Just as Xiao Yan and the rest were slowly walking towards the street, a few tall middle-aged burly men walked over from the side. These men had already noticed the presence of Xiao Yan and the rest the moment they appeared. Based on their many years of experience, they could naturally tell that this was the first time these youths had come to the central region. When the powerful cry from the strong man's mouth sounded, some of the people around who were more familiar with him immediately turned their gazes to Xiao Yan's group. Their gazes immediately swept between the two of them. When they saw the frail bodies of Xiao Yan's group, they could not help but shake their heads in pity. These few strong men may not be considered big shots, but they could be considered to have few opponents within the ancient Orchid City. Usually they would specially deal with some newcomers who had just arrived and snatch benefits from their hands. This was especially the case for young people like Xiao Yan's group. Once they were targeted by them, it was likely that it would be very difficult for them to leave the ancient Orchid City peacefully without paying a price. When the burly men saw Xiao Yan and the rest stop in front of them, a mocking expression involuntarily flashed across their eyes. Subsequently, a smug smile appeared on the corners of their mouths as they took a step forward, appearing even more arrogant and willful. "Is something the matter?" The expressions of Xiao Yan's group did not change when they sensed the gazes of these few strong men that contained ill intent being shot over. At the same time as they turned around, an indifferent voice was also softly spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. When they saw the manner of Xiao Yan's group, the expressions on the burly men's faces were involuntarily stunned. Soon after, it turned into a cold smile. It was not as though they had never seen such arrogant newcomers in the past. Unfortunately, this kind of person did not have a good time in their hands. "I say, kid, this is the central region, not the hometown of country bumpkins like you. Since you've come to my ancient Orchid City, you have to follow the rules here. Since you're new here, each person will have to pay 500 spirit stones as a toll." The leader of the few burly men walked up to Xiao Yan's group with his head held high. With a cold expression, he looked at the thin body of Xiao Yan in front of him and spoke in a rather rude and unreasonable tone. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyelids drooped slightly as the expression on his face gradually turned indifferent. His gaze swept across the surrounding crowd. Among them there were quite a number of people who came here with them. Moreover, those people's cultivations were generally above King Yuan. Moreover, all of them had fierce expressions. At a glance, one could tell that they were the kind of people who were ruthless. Soon after, Xiao Yan's gaze once again returned to the burly man in front of him as he slowly said, "All right, then please collect their toll first." While saying this, Xiao Yan's gaze swept over once again. The burly man in front of him could not help but be startled by this. His gaze swept the surroundings as he coldly snorted and said, "Kid, among these people, only you guys are new here. You should. Is it because you're so familiar with their faces, or is it because of their strength?" Before the words from the burly man's mouth sounded, Xiao Yan interrupted him with a single sentence. At the same time that his ice-cold gaze landed on the burly man's body, a frightening aura that caused the expressions of most people present to change abruptly spread out from within Xiao Yan's body. The powerful pressure actually suppressed the few burly men in front of him until they knelt on the ground. The burly men, who were originally much taller than Xiao Yan, could only uncontrollably submit at this moment. The Origin King. Soon after, cries of disbelief rang out in the square. Countless gazes of shock also landed on Xiao Yan's body. It was not that they had never seen an Origin King before, but such a young Origin King was similarly in existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns even in the central region. From what they knew, such a young Origin King expert could only be nurtured by those peak factions in the central region. Could it be that the young man before them was a young disciple of one of those factions? Only when they thought of this did the people present let out a sigh of relief. If that was the case, it would still make sense. If the group of people before them really came from the borders of the continent, the cultivation talent of this young man was a little too terrifying. "Now, do you still want spiritual stones?" Ignoring the shocked gazes in the surroundings, Xiao Yan looked indifferently at the middle-aged man who was half kneeling on the ground in front of him and slowly spoke. When the latter heard this, his heart was filled with bitterness. Soon after, he hurriedly and respectfully apologized. If one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Today his group had finally met with an iron plate. In the past their methods had never failed, but this time they just had to meet Xiao Yan's group. This could be considered as a wake-up call for them. If he really was a disciple of some large faction, these fellows might not necessarily still be alive and kneeling here. After dealing with the trouble before them, Xiao Yan's group did not pay any more attention to them and slowly walked in the direction they had chosen earlier. Afterwards, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. At the same time, on a certain tall building in the city, two figures, one old and one young, were looking in the direction Xiao Yan's group had left. In particular, when their gazes landed on Liana, greed could not help but appear in the depths of their eyes. It has been many years since we last met. That child has grown up. The old man looked at the pretty Liana and could not help but lick his lips. Now he was completely sure that Liana was the child they had lost back then. Haha, third elder, now you should believe what I said. As long as we join forces to bring the holy maiden back to the sect, you will definitely be rewarded greatly, and haha, don't worry. As long as you bring the holy maiden back, I will definitely stand on your side. Naturally, your marriage with Chanchan will not be a problem. When the young man spoke, the old man also laughed faintly. Hearing this, the young man's face immediately revealed a joyful smile. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man in front of him. As the old man smiled and waved his hand, he did not notice that when the young man lowered his head, an extremely obscure sinister light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1308. Outside of ancient Orchid City, Xiao Yan was currently holding a map in his hand. The map detailed the distribution of the various large regions in the middle region, as well as the locations of some cities and super factions. Among them, the location of the Xiao clan was also marked in detail. Additionally, Xiao Yan also noticed that the nearest faction to them was the Du Ai sect. The Heavenly Cloud Villa was located in the north, while the Cloud Immortal sect was located in the southeast. Among the four great factions, only the Ghost Temple sect was not marked on the map. Putting these aside, based on the location of the Xiao clan on the map, it was obvious that Xiao Yan would have to go through quite a long journey in order to reach it. The Yuanwu continent was very large, and the middle region included countless clans and factions. Although these so-called super factions were able to hold their own in this place, it did not mean that the middle region belonged to them. This might seem like an extremely short distance on the map, but if they really had to travel, it was likely that even with Xiao Yan's current cultivation, it would take at least a month to reach the Xiao clan. Moreover, the little fairy doctor and the rest were following him. The group had just arrived and naturally had nowhere to go. Putting aside the fact that the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua would follow Xiao Yan, Li Bingrui would also not easily let him off. As for Lianer, she would naturally follow the four of them. Now that Xiao Yan was rushing to the Xiao clan, they naturally had to follow him. Let's go to the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan took the lead after greeting the few of them. His toes gently pressed on the ground, and his body rushed into the air in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the rest quickly followed. The group flew in the direction of the Xiao clan on the map. Not long after the group left, two human figures swiftly flew out from ancient Orchid City. They looked in the direction that Xiao Yan's group had left in and laughed coldly. After which, they turned into two black figures and quickly chased after them. According to the markings on the map, the Xiao clan was located in Xiao City. The Xiao clan's faction was located in the surrounding thousands of miles. Further out were some smaller clans and sections. Although these factions did not seem worth mentioning on the map, they were undoubtedly much stronger than Xiao Yan's group. The middle region is really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Ancestor Fention's origin sect is already considered the strongest in the southern region. However, in the middle region, it is at most an ordinary third-tier faction. Origin sect experts are only below average here. In that case, wouldn't the sect leaders of these super factions be at least Origin Venerables? TSK. Origin Venerables. Just the cultivation of a Origin sect expert is already so terrifying. If they are Origin Venerables. The little fairy doctor and the rest involuntarily smacked their lips when these words reached this point. They did not dare to easily imagine the strength of an Origin Venerate expert. At the front, Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. Although the Origin Venerate stage was still very far away from them, this group was still much younger than those experts. Regardless of whether it was their cultivation talent or character, they would not be lacking. He believed that as long as they were given enough time, it would not be difficult for them to become Origin Venerables. However, just as this group of people was swiftly flying toward the eastern sky, Xiao Yan, who had a calm expression, suddenly frowned. An obscure glint swiftly flashed deep within his eyes. At the same time, his gaze swiftly collided with Bai Hua by his side. The latter had sensed the caution in Xiao Yan's eyes in the blink of an eye. What is it? The little fairy doctor frowned and asked in a puzzled voice when she saw Xiao Yan and Bai Hua suddenly become quiet. Be careful, there might be trouble. While speaking, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the vigorous Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body immediately began to circulate. Boundless energy swiftly flowed through the Qi paths in his body like waves as a purple flame gradually rose in his pitch-black eyes. The group of people who were flying forward came to a halt. Numerous vigilant gazes looked in the direction they came from. At the end of their line of sight, two blurry black dots were rapidly approaching. In just a few breaths, two figures, one old and one young, had already appeared in their line of sight. The group frowned when they saw the two unfamiliar figures from afar. They had just arrived in the central region and had yet to provoke any faction. If they had to target someone, it would be the few origin kings from before. However, Xiao Yan had not killed them, so what was the point of this? The two of you seem to have followed us for a long time. May I know what you need from us? Xiao Yan frowned and walked towards the group. He cupped his hands together towards the two figures nearby and said in a low voice. The old man and the young man slowly approached Xiao Yan's group when they heard this. The old man's dark old eyes swept over Lian Air. After which, they landed on the little fairy doctor. A glint involuntarily flashed deep within his old eyes. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that these two girls possessed the woeful poison body. Immediately, he involuntarily rejoiced in his heart. Bringing back a holy maiden would allow him to obtain great benefits. However, if he were to bring back two people with the woeful poison body, it would undoubtedly be an even greater contribution. At this moment, an endless killing intent surged into Su Zhen's eyes the moment he saw Xiao Yan. The various things that had happened in the past were still vivid in his mind. Since Xiao Yan had appeared in front of him today, he would naturally seek revenge for all the enmity from the past. If it were not for the sake of the overall situation, it was likely that the current him would have already been unable to resist charging forward to fight with Xiao Yan. Haha, it can't be considered teaching. I'm here to ask for someone. The old man gently stroked his beard. His gaze paused on Xiao Yan with some surprise. Such a young origin emperor was indeed rare, especially one who had come from the borders of the continent. This was even more surprising. However, an origin emperor was ultimately an origin emperor. In the eyes of the origin sect experts, there was still too much of a difference. Ask for someone? Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Surprise surfaced in his eyes. This was the first time they had met the two people in front of them. Why would they ask for someone? The little girl behind you is the holy maiden of my Dui sect, who has been missing for many years. I'm here to bring her back. Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned gloomy when he heard this. It really was what he wanted. Now that he was in the central region, he was afraid that he would encounter the people from the Dui sect. However, he did not expect to encounter the people from the Dui sect right after he left the ancient Orchid City. This was not a good thing. Since they had recognized Lianer's special constitution, Xiao Yan understood that regardless of whether the girl was the holy maiden that the old man spoke of, the old man would bring her back today. However, this was not something that Xiao Yan wanted to see. Xiao Xian had already been brought back to that unknown clan. How could he hand Lianer over to a faction that he did not know about and did not even have a good impression of? Therefore, today was probably Wonderful Bookstore. Chapter 1309. Of course, if you are still worried or are willing, you can join my Dui sect. I can guarantee that given your talent, you will definitely become a core disciple if you join my Dui sect. Your future achievements will be limitless, and you may even be able to take on great responsibilities in my Dui sect, becoming. My apologies, I have no interest in joining your esteemed sect. As for the girl, she is my friend's disciple and I cannot hand her over to you. Therefore, I will have to ask old Mr. to return. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan shook his head, firmly rejecting the other party's wishes. The expression on Su Zhen's face involuntarily changed when he heard the words of the old man beside him. He did not expect that this old man who would not die, would cherish Xiao Yan's talent and want to recruit him to the Dui sect. If Xiao Yan really succeeded, it would not be good for his revenge or even his other plans. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's reply caused him to be quite satisfied. Only in this way did he have a reason to urge this fellow beside him to attack and kill Xiao Yan. Third elder, this brat dares to speak to you in such a manner and even underestimate my Dui sect. We must teach him a lesson. Although the old man knew that Su Zhen was merely adding fuel to the fire, this was Xiao Yan's attitude. What's more, there were two woeful poison bodies placed in front of him. Since Xiao Yan was unwilling to hand over the girl no matter what, the old man naturally had no choice but to personally take action. Kid, this old man cherishes talent, so I don't want to fight with you. However, that little girl is my sect's holy maiden. No matter what, this old man must bring her back today. If you continue to be stubborn, then don't blame this old man for taking action. As the somewhat hoarse voice was spat out from the old man's mouth, a powerful aura and pressure suddenly swept out from the old man's body. The frightening aura caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to instantly change. At the same time, the little fairy doctor and the rest hurriedly adjusted the Genesis Chi in their bodies. 4-star origin sect, ha. Xiao Yan's expression changed as he sensed the powerful aura that spread from the old man's body. At the same time, he involuntarily let out a quiet cry in his heart. This kind of cultivation was even a little stronger than Ancestor Fentian. Bus. Immediately after, Su Zhen's body trembled slightly as another powerful aura swept out. At this moment, his aura had already reached the level of a 3-star origin emperor. Of course, this was under the premise that he was concealing his true strength. Otherwise, if the old man beside him knew that Su Zhen's cultivation had already reached that of a 6-star origin emperor, he would probably be shocked. An origin ancestor and an origin emperor. Such a lineup was already considered terrifying for Xiao Yan's current group. Fortunately, the other experts from the Crossing Adversity sect had yet to arrive. Otherwise, once they gathered even more experts, it would truly be difficult for them to escape. Brat, I'll give you one more chance. Either hand over the Saintess or leave with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. The old man stared at Xiao Yan with a cold expression. Xiao Yan was merely an initial origin emperor. Such a cultivation was far from enough in front of him. Once he personally attacked, it was likely that this group of people would not even have the chance to retaliate. I'm sorry, we don't have the Saintess you want here and we won't leave with you. So please. At the same time that the cry was spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth, his body suddenly shook. A purple-colored heavenly flame immediately spat out from the pores all over his body. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body. At the same time, the temperature of this place suddenly rose. The originally warm and moist air immediately became dry and hot. Even the mountain forest below was similarly affected. This is a heavenly fire? The old man's pupils abruptly shrank at the sight of the purple flames on Xiao Yan's body. Surprise involuntarily appeared on his face. Heavenly fires had long since gained sentience, but he never imagined that there would be a human who could control a heavenly fire. This was truly unheard of. Brat, I'm suddenly curious about you. To think that you can control a heavenly fire. No wonder you've reached the Origin Emperor stage at such a young age. However, I'll still say the same thing. If you don't intend to hand over the Saintess, I'll have no choice but to kill you here. I'll personally bring the Saintess back. As he spoke, the old man's withered hand gradually lifted as black Genesis Chi slowly condensed in his palm. Soon after, it condensed into a black blade that was curved like a crescent moon. The blade did not have a hilt, and the 3 fingers wide blade was clamped between the old man's 5 fingers. The sharp blade gave off a chilling aura that sent chills down one's spine. Brat, remember my name, Tang Long? As his low voice rang out, the old man's hand trembled slightly. The ink-colored blade shot out in the blink of an eye, slicing through space. With a few twists, it arrived in front of Xiao Yan, its chilling blade heading straight for the spot between Xiao Yan's brows. If the blade landed, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly die. Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor, Golden Elephant Art, Heavenly Fire Armor, Condense. Xiao Yan let out an explosive cry in his heart. On his body, 3 layers of protection were agglomerated and formed in the blink of an eye. The fierce purple-colored flame was so agglomerated that it appeared to be a substance. As the purple-colored flame flowed, it was as viscous as a liquid. However, that frightening temperature still caused people to be frightened. If Xiao Yan had relied on his sky extinction steps, he would have been able to easily dodge this attack. However, the little fairy doctor and the others were standing behind him. In order to prevent them from being injured, Xiao Yan could only rely on his brute force to forcefully receive this attack. Tang Long could not help but sneer when he saw the heavenly fire armor that seemed to have solidified on Xiao Yan's body. Brat, I know that a heavenly fire is extraordinary, but if you think that you can block my black moon blade with just this, you're too naive. In the next moment, the strange, black-colored curved blade in the sky violently smashed into Xiao Yan's body under his 3 layers of defense. Bang! The moment the curved blade made contact with the heavenly flame armor, the rotating body of the curved blade paused for a moment. Soon after, it began to rotate wildly. The black-colored glow continued to appear. Looking from the side, it appeared like a black-colored full moon. The sharpness on it also repeatedly struck Xiao Yan's heavenly flame armor. Over 10 seconds later, one could hear a bang sound. Xiao Yan's heavenly flame armor was actually forcefully broken apart by the curved blade. Even Xiao Yan's body was forced back a couple of steps. Giant elephant art. Break. Another low cry sounded. Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. A ferocious force immediately poured out like a flood erupting from a mountain. At the same time, a piercingly cold golden light was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. A frightening force actually sent the curved blade flying. At the same time, a slight cracking sound was emitted from Xiao Yan's golden body. Although Xiao Yan had relied on the heavenly flame armor and the giant elephant skill to successfully block the old man's attack, the giant elephant skill had also reached the edge of breaking. The strength of this old man was much more frightening than Xiao Yan had imagined. If he wanted to quickly escape from these two people, it was likely that he could no longer be as slow as when he was dealing with Buddha Hao. Chapter 13:10. Seeing that his scimitar was actually forcefully sent flying by Xiao Yan while the latter appeared to be completely uninjured, Tang Long's sunken old eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. "Boy, I can't believe you managed to block my Black Moon scimitar with your initial origin Emperor cultivation. You really surprised me." As Tang Long spat out these words, an icy look emerged on his old face. Genesis Chi rapidly circulated in his meridians and gushed out. Surging power surged and gathered in the surrounding void, and the deadly poison contained in the Genesis Chi caused the void to tremble. Usually, the Du Ai sect's method of dealing with people who could not become friends with them was to kill them. This was especially the case for someone like Xiao Yan, whose training talent was extremely great, but who just so happened to affect the Du Ai sect's benefits. Since they could not make use of Xiao Yan was destined to become their enemy in the future. Xiao Yan's expression didn't change in the slightest. The Genesis Chi in the vortex in his body rapidly circulated, and a powerful mysterious flame frantically gathered in the palm of his right hand. Terrifying power that contained the aura of reincarnation slowly gathered in his palm. Xiao Yan was well aware of the strength of this fellow in front of him. If he were to fight head-on, it was likely that he would not gain the slightest advantage. Moreover, since they were able to block them here, it was likely that there would be experts from the Du Ai sect nearby. If they were to drag this out, it would not benefit their group at all. Hence, the angry Buddha reincarnation was his greatest hope. As long as he could force Tang Long back, Su Zhen beside him would naturally no longer pose a threat. Oh! Tang Long's old face once again changed when he sensed the aura that had gathered on Xiao Yan's right hand. There was even some disbelief in his eyes. An initial origin emperor brat was actually able to agglomerate such a frightening strength? Boy, stop. A low cry sounded and Tang Long's body, which was suspended in the air, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. The absolute sky steps under his feet were unleashed. His body immediately dodged to the side without any hesitation. The empty space in front of him, which was still calm a moment ago, suddenly became distorted in the next second. A shriveled hand was suddenly extended. 5 fingers were curled into a claw that reached for Xiao Yan's face. However, the claw brushed past Xiao Yan's face the moment it attacked. So fast. Tang Long's heart shook. He didn't expect a mere origin emperor to possess speed comparable to an origin sect expert. Xiao Yan's right cheek involuntarily twitched at the same time his body paused. Due to the old man's special Genesis Chi, a purple-colored wound that was tainted by poison was left on one side of his face. Soon after, the heavenly flame surged. Only then did it remove all the poison with a slight sizzling sound. At the same time, the speed at which Xiao Yan gathered strength in his palm also abruptly increased. Boy, it seems that I've underestimated you. Ordinary origin emperors can't compare to the fact that you possess a heavenly fire. With a stern shout, Tang Long's body flashed forward again. With a wave of his sleeve, a large expanse of poisonous mist immediately swept outwards, pouncing toward Xiao Yan from all directions. As the latter dodged, he opened his mouth and spat out a ferocious flame, transforming into a giant fire net that charged into the black poisonous mist. A series of sizzling noises rang out as a large expanse of black smoke rose. The poisonous mist rapidly thinned under the obstruction of the heavenly fire. At this moment, Tang Long's body flashed and arrived beside Xiao Yan. He waved his large hand and the space around Xiao Yan immediately became distorted. Numerous black curtains that contained poison swiftly agglomerated and formed. Boy, let's see where you can run to. The strength of the great Tao surged and Xiao Yan's 4 paths of escape were immediately blocked. Tang Long clenched his 5 fingers and a black-colored poison gas swiftly agglomerated in his hand. It once again transformed into a curved blade. With a swing of his hand, the curved blade shot explosively toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, Tang Long's body also charged forward. Under this double pressure, even with Xiao Yan's agility, it was impossible for him to dodge Tang Long's attack. When trouble arrived, Xiao Yan also hurriedly used the great path of the void. As the black curtains condensed behind him, several steel needles appeared in his left hand. With a flick of his wrist, the steel needles flew out, and his body sank into the great path tent while lying on his back. Asterisk clang clang clang. Asterisk following several crisp collisions, sparks flew and the curved blade was blocked. Tang Long appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The moment the latter's body sank into the great path tent, Tang Long's 5 fingers clawed and left 5 burning bloody marks on Xiao Yan's chest. Asterisk. Asterisk on the other side, while Xiao Yan narrowly dodged Tang Long's attack, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Compared to Tang Long, even with the protection of the great path of the void, it was still difficult for him to match up. Tang Long's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If he fought alone without using any of his trump cards, he would definitely not be this old man's match. Damn it. It's actually the great path of the void. Boy, you're much more dangerous than this old man imagined. Xiao Yan had continuously dodged his attacks, and even the power of the great path of the void had not been able to successfully stop him. This made Tang Long's expression turn gloomy. As a dignified origin sect expert, dealing with an early origin emperor brat was completely easy. However, today Xiao Yan had repeatedly made him suffer. If news of this spread, how could he, Tang Long, still have the face to continue living in the central region? Cough cough, the same goes for you. You are indeed worthy of being a Genesis sect expert, and your cultivation is indeed frightening. However, I am unable to do the same for Senior, who is willing to throw away his face to deal with a junior like me. Xiao Yan coughed a few times when he heard this. He could not help but grin as he felt the sweet taste of blood in his mouth, revealing a callous smile. The muscles at the corner of Tang Long's eyes twitched violently when he heard this. The fury in his heart burned even more fiercely. Sharp-tongued brat, you will pay the price for your words and actions. Tang Long's expression became increasingly ugly as he watched the terrifying aura gradually condense in Xiao Yan's palm. As his words rang out, Tang Long's figure instantly appeared near Xiao Yan like a ghost. His face wore a sinister smile as he eerily smiled at Xiao Yan. Soon after, his 5 fingers mercilessly grabbed at Xiao Yan's throat like a ghost's claw. Judging from the force behind his attack, Xiao Yan's throat would be directly pierced if he was hit. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 1311. The ghost claw, which contained a dark black poison gas, was swiftly magnified in Xiao Yan's eyes. The expressions of the little fairy doctor's group a short distance away had also become grave at this moment. Once an expert from a 4-star source zone truly attacked, it was no laughing matter. Xiao Yan's expression did not change much at this moment. The purple flame in his eyes surged as the great Tao tent was once again formed in front of him. At the same time, the fire wheel in his palm was swiftly gathering energy. Its aura had also become increasingly frightening. As long as he waited a little longer, the angry Buddha reincarnation would be completely formed. Even if this old man was a 4-star source zone, he would not be able to easily receive it. See? The dark black ghost claw quickly followed after Xiao Yan once again stabilized his body. While Xiao Yan's body dodged to the left and right, it still left behind a bloody scar on Xiao Yan's ribs. The dark black poison gas was just about to spread when it was quickly incinerated by the purple flame that filled Xiao Yan's body. The chase between the two was close and swift. On the other side, Su Zhen watched the crazy fight between the two in the arena. A vicious expression gradually surfaced in his eyes. Xiao Yan's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If Tang Long was not present today, it was likely that he would have difficulty finishing off Xiao Yan alone. Moreover, based on the situation in front of him, even with Tang Long's strength, he might not be able to control Xiao Yan in front of Xiao Yan, who possessed the Void Way. The murderous intent in Su Zhen's heart grew even denser when he thought of this. His body stood in the air without moving. Threads of Genesis chi quietly gathered in his palm under his sleeves. His eyes, which contained killing intent, stared intently at Xiao Yan, who was paying full attention to Tang Long. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile. But, with a muffled sound, Tang Long's palm slammed into Xiao Yan's shoulder. Although the latter had the Heaven Annihilation steps, it was unavoidable for him to be injured by the 4-star Genesis sect expert Tang Long. Powerful power burst out from Tang Long's palm, instantly causing half of Xiao Yan's body to lose all feeling. The Buddha's fury samsara in his right hand nearly dissipated as a result. Tang Long's figure followed closely behind, his sharp ghostly claws shooting over like lightning. Just as it was about to strike Xiao Yan's throat, the latter's body abruptly shifted backwards, the great Tao of void flashing around his body as he switched to the heaven annihilation steps. All that was left was a blurry afterimage as his body mysteriously vanished. Tang Long's claws mercilessly tore the afterimage in front of him to shreds. As he let out a cold snort, poison shot out from his palm, blasting the afterimage into nothingness. Tang Long turned around, his chilling gaze as he looked towards a certain spot in the sky and icily said voice. "Brat, do you only know how to run? Haha, old Mister's cultivation far surpasses this junior's. If not, I would have long since died at your hands. However, since old Mister does not wish for me to continue hiding, I will fulfill old Mister's request." The pale-faced Xiao Yan slowly turned around. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Immediately, he slowly lifted his right hand. A gorgeous purple-colored fire wheel whizzed and rotated in his palm. A dark black light spot within it was as deep as a black hole. At the same time that the light spot slowly distorted and changed, a frightening aura that was filled with a destructive feeling quietly spread out from it. Is this a great Tao technique? But how is it possible for it to possess such a frightening energy? Even with Tang Long's temperament, the expression on his old face involuntarily became ugly when he sensed the frightening aura that spread from the fire wheel. He could sense a dense threatening aura from the fire wheel. Tang Long did not doubt that if this thing landed on his body, he would definitely have difficulty escaping death. However, was such a frightening Dou technique really something an initial stage origin Emperor Brat could do? Even though he was extremely unwilling in his heart, the truth was already placed in front of him. Xiao Yan's angry Buddha reincarnation had already been formed. Once it erupted, what he needed to consider was no longer how to kill Xiao Yan but how to protect himself. Angry Buddha reincarnation, go. Xiao Yan's emotionless eyes looked at Tang Long. The corner of his blood-stained mouth lifted slightly. The expression in his eyes was unusually indifferent and cold. As those words were slowly emitted from his mouth, Xiao Yan's hand trembled gently. The purple fire wheel suddenly began to rotate wildly in his palm. The thumb-sized strange black spot within it also began to tremble intensely at this moment. The instant the space around Xiao Yan exploded, a huge black light pillar suddenly shot out from the fire wheel in his palm. It expanded with the wind and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a shocking light pillar that was dozens of feet thick. It appeared as though it wanted to pierce through the sky as it suddenly shot towards Tang Long. Damn it. At this moment, Tang Long could not help but become increasingly furious. How could he have imagined that Xiao Yan, who was merely an initial origin Emperor Brat, would actually make him feel such great pressure that it even threatened his life? Brat, you are the first person in so many years that I have treated you like this. Tang Long did not dare to hesitate any longer as his expression changed. He deeply inhaled a breath of air and held it in his chest. Soon after, his old face rapidly turned purplish black. This state only lasted for an instant before waves of hissing sounds were heard. Countless strange purplish-black poisonous gases burst out from the countless pores on the surface of his body in all directions. Moreover, the strange poisonous gases seemed to be mixed with traces of scarlet blood, causing the poisonous gases to become even more strange and sinister. Blood cloud poison sky. An invisible cry was emitted from Tang Long's mouth in a hoarse voice. After this cry sounded, the strange blood-colored poisonous gases that lingered around his body also swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a blood-colored poisonous cloud that was 1,000 feet in size. Tang Long's body was completely wrapped by this poisonous cloud. The moment this poisonous cloud appeared, the empty space where Tang Long was immediately distorted. Numerous enormous cracks appeared in the empty space. Even the area where the few of them were located became dark at this moment. A thin layer of black fog quietly spread in the air. The originally calm mountain forest below also became distorted and melted. Finally, it transformed into a sludge that contained a strange poisonous gas. The little fairy doctor also immediately discovered this point in the empty space. She hurriedly waved her sleeves. An invisible aura spread and scattered the poisonous gases that were about to approach them. At the same time, the collision between Xiao Yan and Tang Long had also completely begun. Chapter 13:12. While the strange blood-colored poison cloud was being formed in the sky, the enormous black-colored energy light pillar that cut through the sky also arrived. Following the swift approach of the black-colored light pillar, the blood-colored poison cloud also began to fluctuate intensely. Threads of dense white fog rose from within it. After which, it was swallowed by the strange suction force that surged from the black-colored light pillar. The fluctuation in the air also became increasingly intense as the two became increasingly closer. The originally calm empty space seemed to have formed an enormous spatial wave at this moment, as though a meteorite had smashed into the surface of a lake. The entire place began to fluctuate intensely because of this. The little fairy doctor's group and Su Jin's expressions were especially grave as they watched the scene in the sky. They widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched the shocking light pillar that cut through the sky and suddenly collide with the poison cloud in the sky. Chi. The black-colored light pillar was accompanied by a slight chi-chi sound when it entered the poison cloud. After which, it quietly charged into the depths of the poison cloud that permeated the entire sky. However, the earth-shaking explosion that everyone had imagined did not appear after that. The strange black-colored poison cloud had descended into a strange calmness at this moment. The angry Buddha lotus flame did not penetrate it, nor did it scatter the poison cloud. Only the poison cloud on the periphery was vaporized into white smoke the instant it came into contact with the black-colored light pillar. After which, it was sucked into the black light pillar. The strange calmness in the sky caused everyone present to involuntarily hold their breaths. Even Su Jin, who was prepared to attack, did not dare to act recklessly at this moment. The energy that was agglomerated in his palm alternated between bright and dark. The viciousness in his eyes was also drowned under the pressure of the dense aura of death. Quickly withdraw. Almost at the same time, Bai Hua and the old man in Su Jin's body suddenly cried out. The expressions of the group quickly changed, and their figures rapidly retreated without any hesitation. Between the heavens and the earth, several air-piercing sounds rang out one after another. The strange atmosphere that lingered in everyone's heart also became increasingly heavy. Within the poisonous cloud, the clouds that covered the sky and the black light pillar trembled together. The unceasingly trembling void suddenly shattered, and at the same time, bang! A low and deep explosion sound had just sounded when the blood-colored poison cloud suddenly churned. A wave of intense chi-chi sound continued to resound. Waves of white-colored fog spread out from deep within the poison cloud. The black-colored light pillar formed a strange whirlpool that completely swallowed the fog. After which, a bang sound appeared and the poison cloud immediately churned and swelled. It appeared to be alive as it followed the black-colored energy light pillar and spread towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's pale face immediately revealed a grave expression when he saw this. Compared to Xia Shan, Tang Long in front of him was undoubtedly many times stronger. If he were to allow the poison cloud to spread, it was likely that he would not be able to block the attack of this old fellow even if he relied on his angry Buddha reincarnation. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan immediately began to manically maneuver all the remaining Genesis Qi in his body. He poured all of it into the fire wheel in his hand without any hesitation. After which, his arm suddenly shook and the fire wheel in his hand trembled. A wave of turbulent energy spread from it. As the color of the wheel became increasingly deep, the devouring power lingering around the black light pillar also became increasingly ferocious. Under this terrifying suction force, the rapidly spreading blood-colored poison cloud was immediately torn into the light pillar. At the same time, under the effect of the poison cloud, the pitch-black light pillar also trembled violently at this moment. Bzz 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 bzz. As a low buzzing sound rang out, the blood-colored poison cloud churned more and more violently. The energy light on the black light pillar flickered, and at a certain moment, 100-foot-wide energy wave swept out from the blood-colored poison cloud with a loud bang. As the energy spread out, even the air was forcibly compressed into a vacuum world. The poison cloud also spread out, and the terrifying poison caused the invisible space to constantly distort until it collapsed. The little fairy doctor and the others in the distance revealed grave expressions as they watched the scene in the sky. Their hearts were worried for Xiao Yan while also feeling surprised at the frightening strength that the two of them had displayed. Su Jin rejoiced a little as he watched the scene in the sky. It was fortunate that he had not acted impulsively earlier. It was likely that he would have to face this frightening energy storm head-on at this moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Numerous spatial cracks gradually appeared on the black light pillar in the sky. The energy within it also became increasingly uncontrollable. Numerous shattered light rays shot out from within it. At the same time, the poison cloud that Tang Long was in also churned violently. Waves of hoarse low roars would occasionally be emitted from it. From the sound of it, one could confirm that it was Tang Long. Bang! Suddenly, an explosive sound once again resounded. The fire wheel in Xiao Yan's hand and the shocking poison cloud that blotted out the sun exploded at the same time. Waves of turbulent and surging energy waves continued to sweep out from within. The invisible space was destroyed time and time again. Xiao Yan and Tang Long's bodies were also sent flying by this terrifying energy storm. The two of them were like kites with their strings cut as they fell. After which they were caught by Hua and Su Zhen. Su Zhen received the seriously injured Tang Long in his embrace. He looked at the latter's miserable appearance and knit his brows tightly. He involuntarily cursed in his heart. He did not expect that even Tang Long was unable to finish off Xiao Yan. From the looks of it now, it was likely that he would have to personally intervene. However, when Su Zhen released Tang Long and looked at Xiao Yan and the others, the similarly heavily injured Xiao Yan used the last of his strength to release the Northern King from his storage ring. At the same time, the vigilant and hostile gazes of the fairy doctor and the others landed on Su Zhen. Su Zhen's expression could not help but become somewhat ugly when he saw the strange lightning flickering on the surface of the Northern King. Even with his true cultivation as a 6-star origin emperor, he could not help but feel a sense of pressure when facing the Northern King, let alone the fairy doctor and the others behind him. Even though he still had the old man in his body, Tang Long was not dead. He could not risk exposing his trump card too much. If that happened, his trip today would have been for nothing. The muscles on Su Zhen's face involuntarily twitched when he thought of this. Only when Tang Long behind him coughed intensely did he turn around. His face was once again respectful as he walked to Tang Long's side and helped him up. His gaze cautiously eyed Xiao Yan's group on the opposite side. Next, both parties faced each other for a short moment before Su Zhen was the first to lead Tang Long away from this place. After which, the little fairy doctor and the others also supported Xiao Yan. After some hesitation they turned and headed north. Chapter 13:13. After the battle with Tang Long, Xiao Yan was seriously injured. The group turned around and headed north. The north was where the Tianyun villa was located. The group had just reached the middle region when they met the experts from the Dui sect. Although they had managed to force them back this time around, there might be other experts from the Dui sect who would chase after them. Looking at Tang Long's stance, it seemed that he valued Lien Er's woeful poison body extremely highly. If they continued to head east, it was likely that they would meet with trouble that they could not resolve. Moreover, given Xiao Yan's current condition, he really needed some time to recover. Currently, the closest and safest place was likely the Tianyun villa where Luo Jin was at. As long as they reached that place, it was likely that even with the foundation of the Dui sect, they would have no choice but to think carefully. While Xiao Yan's group was heading towards the Tianyun villa, on the other side, the seriously injured Tang Long was led by Su Zhen to the sky above a mountain forest not far from the ancient Orchid City. Su Zhen, who should have continued to head back, stopped when they arrived at this place. Tang Long, on the other hand, took the opportunity to take a short break on a mountain peak because he had consumed a medicinal pill. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk. Asterisk little fellow, this time around it is all thanks to you. If you were not around, I'm afraid that I would have already. The pale-faced Tang Long's body trembled as he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. It was as though he would easily fall if the wind blew. Su Zhen stood beside him with his hands behind his back. His eyes looked in the direction that Xiao Yan's group had left in. At the same time that a murderous intent surged in his eyes, a fierce glint also flashed across his eyes. After which, his eyes slowly landed on Tang Long beside him. Third Elder's words are too serious. This matter was originally caused by me. If I did not inform you, such a situation would not have occurred. I hope that Elder will forgive me. Ugh, if we really want to talk about it, it is all my fault for being careless. Who could have imagined that that brat was merely an initial stage origin emperor, yet he was actually able to unleash such a frightening dose skill. I will likely be laughed at when I return this time around. Additionally, I was unable to bring back the Holy Maiden. It will only be more troublesome when the sect leader learns about it. Tang Long furrowed his brows. His pale face was filled with worry. He knew the sect master's character. He had obtained news of the Holy Maiden but had not reported it. Now he had failed to bring her back and was even covered in injuries. Not only would he not receive any sympathy, he would even receive an even greater punishment. Haha, Elder, actually, this junior has a method. Not only can it allow you to avoid punishment, but it can also make the sect leader feel sorry for you. However, at this moment Su Zhen chuckled. She slowly bent down and gently placed her right hand on Tang Long's back with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Long raised his brows, and a hint of joy appeared on his old face. If he could get the sect master to be exempted from any punishment, he didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly asked, "Tell me what method?" "That is," Su Jin slowly opened her mouth. At the same time, the smile on her face grew warmer and warmer. At the same time, the hand on Tang Long's back slowly lowered as she continued. "You will die, Puchi." The moment Su Jin's voice faded, Genesis Chi condensed in her right palm and instantly pierced through Tang Long's chest. Tang Long trembled all over as he stared at Su Jin in disbelief. Then he slowly lowered his head and looked at the blood-red palm that had pierced through his chest. He couldn't believe that Su Jin would attack him. Why? I am the third elder of the Dui sect. What good will it do you to kill me?" "It is precisely because you are the third elder of the Dui sect that the other higher-ups will be alarmed if you die. At that time I won't have to look for them. Those old bastards will take the initiative to find us. From where we are now, if we chase after them, we may be able to catch up to Xiao Yan and the others. As for you, you will become my nourishment." The warm smile on Su Jin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a sinister and cruel expression. Su Jin clenched his right hand with a sinister grin, and a strange suction force was suddenly released from his palm. At the same time, the remaining Genesis Chi in Tang Long's body began to circulate uncontrollably. Wisps of Genesis Chi gathered in Su Jin's palm and were absorbed into his body. "You wretched disciple, even if I die today, I will destroy you." Sensing the strange changes in his body, Tang Long's heart was filled with fear. Only now did he realize that his sect master's worry for Su Jin was not fake. But it was already too late. Tang Long's body trembled violently as he roared with unwillingness. The remaining Genesis Chi in the vortex in his body also violently surged. Two powerless hands desperately clutched Su Jin's hand, and the expression on his old face gradually turned sinister. It seemed that the old man was planning to self-destruct and perish together with Su Jin. "Hey, self-destruct? Teacher, please." Not only was Su Jin not the slightest bit worried when he saw this, he even laughed coldly in disdain. If Tang Long was still in his peak condition, perhaps he would be worried. However, the current Tang Long was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. Coupled with the existence of his teacher, there was naturally no problem. As his voice sounded, a somewhat illusory figure appeared in the void beside the two. When Tang Long saw the figure in front of him, the expression on his deathly pale face abruptly turned to one of horror, and a roar of disbelief rang out from his mouth again. "You do? It's you? Hee, third brother, we finally meet again. I almost died in your hands back then. How about it? Now, it's my turn to take back everything that I've lost." As the cold laughter sounded, Yu Du suddenly slammed his palm on Tang Long's head. One could only hear a muffled cracking sound, and Tang Long's mouth was wide open. His face was filled with grievances as he died. After a short while, Tang Long's body was wrapped in a strange poisonous fog and was gradually swallowed by Su Jin. At the same time, the latter's face also strangely turned purplish-black. His eyeballs rolled continuously, and his body trembled as he hurriedly sat down. He forcefully suppressed the extremely dark and cold energy in his body and gradually refined it. Almost at the same time, on a mountain south of ancient Orchid City, three figures were gathering from different directions. At this moment, the three of them were frowning as they looked at the shattered soul jade tablet in their hands. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Third brother is dead. Who did it? Who actually dares to kill an elder of my Dui sect? Are you courting death?" If they were afraid of death, they wouldn't have killed him. To be able to kill Tang Long, their cultivation is at least at the level of a 4-star source ancestor. Recently, no experts at the level of a 4-star source ancestor have appeared in this area, unless they are from the Heavenly Cloud Villa. That group of fellows usually mind their own business and rarely interact with us. Even if the conflict is not small, they should not have attacked us. Could it be someone else? Regardless of whether there is or not, let's go and take a look first. Everything will naturally be known when we reach the place. Chapter 13-14. At the peak of the cliff, Su Jin's eyes, which had been tightly shut for a long time, finally opened as the aura within his body gradually calmed down. An obscure black light flashed across the depths of his eyes as a sliver of viciousness disappeared in the blink of an eye. The corners of Su Jin's mouth involuntarily curled up as he sensed the powerful energy within his body. His body trembled slightly as he appeared high up in the sky. His right hand slowly clenched into a fist as he forcefully shook it. Immediately, the bones all over his body emitted cracking sounds. Huff! After doing this, Su Jin exhaled a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest as he involuntarily laughed. 9-star Origin Emperor. Just one more star and my cultivation will be able to step into the Origin sect. At that time, the only person left in the Dui sect who can threaten me will be him. Haha, there's no need to rush. It's still early. I believe that the people over there have already sensed Tang Long's death and will arrive here soon. At that time we will kill Xiao Yan and snatch his heavenly flame. As for the two woeful poison bodies, they will naturally not be important. The space beside Su Jin slowly distorted as Yudu's illusory figure appeared. When he saw his disciple in such a state, not only was there not the slightest bit of worry in his heart, he even felt a little crazy. In order to obtain sufficient power, one had to pay an extremely great price. This price could be anything, be it time, energy, wealth, or even one's life. For some lunatics, as long as they could obtain sufficient power, they did not care about how much life they had left. Su Jin was precisely this type of person. Such a person was destined to be crazy. Teacher, do you think that little girl is really the so-called holy maiden? Other than killing intent, Su Jin was also curious about Lian Er when Xiao Yan's group was mentioned. Immediately, his face was filled with interest as he looked at Yudu. He did not really believe that a holy maiden, who had disappeared for so many years, would actually once again return to their sights. This was a little unrealistic. None of this is important. Regardless of whether she is the holy lady or not, as long as that girl has the woeful poison body, it is enough for the upper echelons of the Du Air sect to take action. Once we obtain that woeful poison body, no one should be able to stop your marriage with that girl from the Du Air sect. In the future, the Du Air sect will belong to us. Yudu sneered in disdain. He did not care about his past identity. What was important now was to obtain the woeful poison body, and not to worry about the authenticity of Lian Er's identity. Now that they're here, it's up to you. All of a sudden Yudu frowned. Soon after, he hurriedly turned around and returned to Su Jin's body. The latter gave a heavy nod and hurriedly lowered his body. He deliberately slapped his chest, causing the Genesis chi in his body to dissipate as his face paled. If those fellows knew that Tang Long was dead while his disciple was completely unharmed, he would not be able to avoid suspicion. Moments later, 3 figures arrived and saw a pale-faced Su Jin seated on a mountain peak, recovering from his injuries. Only when he sensed the trio's arrival did Su Jin cautiously open his eyes. After confirming their identities, respect and regret surfaced on his pale face as he hurriedly stood up and bowed to the trio. Disciple greets the 3 elders. Speak, what happened to Tang Long? Ignoring Su Jin's respectful attitude, the leader of the trio fixed his somewhat gloomy gaze on Su Jin as he asked in a low voice. Third elder, in order to save disciple. Get to the point, I'm not in the mood to listen to your complaints. Before Su Jin's voice faded, the former bellowed again. Only then did Su Jin's expression abruptly change. He bowed and continued. Third elder and this junior accidentally discovered our sect's saintess who had disappeared for many years. What did you say? Saintess? You found the saintess? Where is she? Before Su Jin finished speaking, the expressions of the 3 old men in front of him changed at the same time. There was even a hint of shock in their eyes. If this news were to spread to the sect, it was likely that even the sect leader would be alarmed. Yes, but when we went to chase after her, we were stopped by a boy called Xiao Yan. In the end, the 3rd elder was killed by Xiao Yan. This junior tried my best to escape and luckily managed to keep my life, but the 3rd elder. Towards the end, tears involuntarily gushed out from Su Jin's eyes, causing the 3 elders to laugh coldly in their hearts. Speaking of which, the news of the saintess was already shocking enough. What is the strength of this Xiao Yan you speak of, and which faction does he belong to? Could it be the Central Region's Xiao clan? The expressions on the trio's faces could not help but be stunned when they heard Xiao Yan's name. In their impression, there was no origin sect expert called Xiao Yan in the Central Region. Even if there was one, it was likely to be a member of the Xiao clan. However, if that was the case, it would be troublesome. The Xiao clan was one of the top factions in the Central Region. Even though their Crossing Adversity sect had an extraordinary status, it was undoubtedly much inferior to the Xiao clan. Elders, please be at ease. This Xiao Yan is not from the Central Region, but from the borders of the continent. Su Jin nodded slightly and explained. Oh, from the borders of the continent? If that's the case, then there's no harm. Tell us, what star origin sect is he from? It's not easy to kill Tang Long. The elder in the lead gently nodded when he heard this, and his mood became much more relaxed. Since he was not from the Central Region, his life and death naturally did not matter. However, when Su Jin heard the old man's words, the expression on his face unconsciously changed. His expression was a little strange for a moment. It was not until a long while later that he slowly said with some hesitation under the impatient gaze of the three people in front of him. Three elders, that Xiao Yin is not an expert from the Source sect, HSS. The trio's brows immediately raised when they heard these words, and they could not help but feel somewhat surprised. Someone who could kill Tang Long and was not a Origin sect expert, could it be a Origin Venerate level expert? Origin Venerate. Would an expert of that level give up his status to kill a Origin sect expert? Humph, Su Jin, it's better for you to speak. Who exactly is he? While the few of them were doubtful, the old man in the lead turned his gaze back to Su Jin. He raised his chin and sneered. Su Jin could not help but open his mouth in fear when he saw the trio's gazes shoot over. Reporting to the three elders that Xiao Yin is merely an early Origin emperor. Chapter 13-15. The moment Su Jin's words left his mouth, the expressions of the three elders instantly froze. They stared at Su Jin in disbelief, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Did you say, the Origin Emperor? The Origin Emperor can kill a sorcerer? How is that possible? And an early Origin Emperor at that. Su Jin, even if this is an excuse, you should find a better one. How could a mere Origin Emperor kill a sorcerer? Moreover, it was a 4-star sorcerer. Even an expert of the same level might not be able to kill him. The three elders were shocked by Su Jin's words, but they were also doubtful. They even snorted disdainfully. Ever since they had started cultivating, they had never heard of a sorcerer being killed by a mere Origin Emperor. Furthermore, the difference in cultivation between Xiao Yin and Tang Long was enormous. How could the former have created such a shocking battle record? Three elders, that Xiao Yan's fighting strength may be ordinary, but he has grasped an extremely powerful Do technique. It was because he had used that Do technique that the third elder died. That Xiao Yan's body is currently seriously injured. The holy maiden of our sect is also following beside him. If we were to give chase now, Su Jin changed his tone. He placed his focus on the matter of chasing after Xiao Yan and the holy maiden. After all, it would not be a good thing for him if he spent too much effort on the matter of Tang Long's death. The three elders immediately withdrew their thoughts when the holy maiden was mentioned. Now wasn't the time to debate whether this matter was true or false. Their main task was to find the holy maiden as soon as possible and bring her back to the sect. As for Xiao Yin, they would know what his cultivation was like when they met him. Under Su Jin's guidance, the four of them quickly flew towards the north. The three elders were anxious to find the holy maiden, so they were naturally much faster. They shook off Su Jin and disappeared into the horizon in a few breaths' time. Behind them, Su Jin watched as the three of them disappeared, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a sneer. Hey, it is fortunate that they did not get entangled with the problem of Tang Long, otherwise, it would really be troublesome. However, it is fortunate that Xiao Yin has helped us resolve this problem. Teacher, this time around Xiao Yin will definitely die. Don't be impatient. Xiao Yin is also an arrow at the end of its flight. They're carrying a seriously injured person, so they won't be able to run far. Let's catch up to them quickly. After all, the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's hands is very useful to you. It's naturally best if you can obtain it. The master and disciple communicated in their hearts for a while. Then Su Jin revealed his true strength and chased after Yi Qingyu at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the seriously injured Xiao Yin was being carried by the little fairy doctor's group as they swiftly hurried to the location of the Tianyun villa. Although they could not be certain if there would be experts from the Crossing Adversity sect chasing after them, it was best for them to reach the location of the Tianyun villa first. That way their troubles would be greatly reduced. At the very least, they would be able to find a safe place to give Xiao Yin some time to recover. However, with their current speed, it was likely that they would need quite some time to reach the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Moreover, it was hard to say what would happen during this period of time. For example, once the experts from the Dewey sect caught up with them, the fairy doctor and the others didn't dare to think too much about it. They could only speed up, hoping to reach the Heavenly Cloud Villa before trouble came. Half a day later. Within the vast forest, the little fairy doctor and the rest were currently seated in a rather secluded clearing. Other than Bai Hua, the rest of the group had completely retracted their auras into their bodies and were quietly resting. Bai Hua cautiously surveyed her surroundings on the branch of a towering ancient tree not far away. Her spiritual strength spread out as she carefully probed the surrounding environment. A moment later, she leaped down and returned to the group, nodding her head gently at the few of them. Xiao Yin was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the group. His face was pale and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. In his body, waves of gentle medicinal power continuously flowed into his limbs and bones, repairing his damaged meridians. No matter how gentle the medicinal power was, the injuries in his body still caused Xiao Yan to feel a wave of pain. The battle with Tang Long was the strongest opponent Xiao Yan had encountered since the battle at the Burning Flame Valley. A 4-star source sect was indeed not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for his powerful body, the protection of the heavenly flame, the dragon phoenix ancient armor, and the assistance of various medicinal pills, Xiao Yan would have had to pay an even more terrible price than Tang Long. Fortunately, he was still alive. However, the danger was not over yet. From Tang Long's point of view, Xiao Yan could already understand that the Due East sect seemed to place great importance on the woeful poison body. Even Tang Long did not hesitate to pay the price of being seriously injured in order to bring Lian Er back. There was no need to mention the attitude of the other experts from the Due East sect. If he did not find a safe place as soon as possible, it was likely that he would not be able to successfully leave this middle region's border, much less reach the Xiao clan. Phew, Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of air. He endured the waves of pain that were transmitted from his body and once again consumed a medicinal pill. A thought immediately passed through his mind and a vast ocean-like spiritual strength swiftly spread out from between his brows like flood water. By relying on his enormous spiritual perception, Xiao Yan was able to clearly investigate the situation around him and even further away. However, just as Xiao Yan's spiritual perception spread out, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened a moment later. His pale white face instantly became ugly. He endured the intense pain within his body, hurriedly looked at Bai Hua and hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Quickly leave this place. Someone is chasing us." Once Xiao Yan's words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present immediately changed. Their hearts, which had just calmed down, were lifted in an instant. They naturally did not have the slightest doubt toward Xiao Yan. Moreover, from the looks of Xiao Yan's expression, this person's cultivation was likely not weak. Therefore, it was likely that they would have to change places now. Damn it, this group of fellows are really fast. Bai Hua carried Xiao Yan on her back and leaped into the air. The fairy doctor's white face was also filled with worry. Her pair of beautiful eyes paused on Xiao Yan. Immediately, she pulled Lian Er with one hand and leaped into the air. However, Li Bingrui hesitated. Looking at the 4 people in front of her, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Why don't you all leave first? I will lure them away." After saying this, she was about to move. "No, we are friends. If we are leaving, we will leave together." Immediately after, Bai Hua grabbed her wrist. She looked at Li Bingrui with a determined gaze. The latter sneered and said, "Friends? Don't forget I want to kill Xiao Yan. Would you still call someone who wants to kill him a friend?" At the same time her voice sounded, a cold air suddenly appeared on Li Bingrui's delicate wrist. Bai Hua's hand trembled intensely. She involuntarily released her hand and took 2 steps back. Li Bingrui, on the other hand, moved her body and leaped into the air, intending to fly toward the south. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan, who was on Bai Hua's back, suddenly opened his mouth and cried out, "Li Bingrui, did you forget the letter your master left for you? She asked you to follow me and not to send you to your death at this time. I never said that I was going to my death, nor did I allow you to mention my master. If not for your serious injuries, I would have already killed you before they even caught up." Li Bingrui's expression abruptly turned cold in response to Xiao Yan's reprimand. Killing intent gathered in her eyes as she stared at Xiao Yan. Bai Hua could not help but frown when she saw this. The Genesis chi in her body involuntarily began to circulate. On the other hand, Lian Er was biting her red lips, a conflicted look on her pretty face. It was only at a certain moment that she took 2 steps forward and said in a meek voice, "The one they want is me. Why don't you let me?" However, before Lian Er could finish her sentence, the 4 before her suddenly turned their heads and reprimanded her in unison. "You are not allowed." Chapter 13:16. Bai Hua's gaze involuntarily looked towards the southern horizon after her cry sounded. Her frown deepened. After which, she once again returned her gaze to the few people in front of her and said in a deep voice, "We are now a group. If we leave together. If we stay together. Li Bingrui, if you want to stay, we will stay with you." As she spoke, Bai Hua's body, which was floating in midair, descended. Behind her, the little fairy doctor also descended with Lian Er. Seeing this, Li Bingrui involuntarily clenched her silver teeth in anger. A long while later, she waved her sleeves and swiftly left this place with the few people. A moment later, 3 human figures arrived in the sky above the mountain forest where Xiao Yan's group had paused earlier in a manner as though they were chasing the stars and the moon. The expressions on the faces of the 3 of them solidified when their bodies rushed past the empty space. Their bodies instantly paused in the empty space. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously landed on the empty ground below. With their powerful senses, they were able to clearly sense the auras of a couple of people who had paused in this place not long ago. Those auras were the people they were looking for. It is them. They should have left less than an hour ago. If it were not for the fact that our search area was too large, perhaps we would have already caught up with them. Haha, fourth brother, don't be impatient. Since they have just left not long ago, it will naturally not be difficult for us to find them. Continue to head north. I think that it will not be long before that group of people will meet us. Hearing this, the gray-robed old man on the left of the 3 people smiled faintly. His shriveled hand grabbed at the air. A seemingly empty air, which contained the aura of Xiao Yan and the rest, was caught in his palm. Immediately, his 5 fingers clenched and easily crushed it. From the beginning to the end, the leading old man did not open his mouth. His ruddy face was slightly raised. His gaze looked towards the distant sky, which was gradually dimming. For some unknown reason, there was some worry in his heart. Night was about to arrive. This would cause some trouble for their plan to chase. Although Bai Hua and the rest had just left not long ago, he faintly had a bad premonition in the bottom of his heart. Let's go. We will try our best to catch up with them before night falls. No more accidents must occur. With a low cry, the other 2 old men beside him immediately nodded heavily. Immediately, the 3 of them leaped once again, transforming into 3 rays of light that swiftly flew towards the northern sky with lightning-like speed. Night was about to arrive. In the sky above the vast mountain forest, Bai Hua was currently carrying Xiao Yan on her back, while the little fairy doctor and the rest closely followed behind. The group was doing their best to fly towards the northern sky. As they watched the gradually darkening sky, the emotions in their hearts did not relax. They were facing a Genesis Ancestor-level expert, and night would not be able to provide them with much cover. If they were careless at such a time, it was extremely likely that they would end up cutting off their path forward. The sound of rushing wind continued to resound in everyone's ears. The emerald-green mountain forest below gradually dimmed under the cold wind. The distant mountain peaks grew closer and closer, and then grew further and further. However, the sense of danger that lingered in everyone's hearts never disappeared. Xiao Yan continued to rely on medicinal pills to speed up his recovery. Over half of the Genesis Chi in the group's bodies had unknowingly been exhausted. Night descended and the entire world seemed to have become quiet. However, the group's mental state became increasingly tense. A dense sense of danger enveloped everyone's heads. This continued until a certain moment when Xiao Yan, who was on Bai Hua's back, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Under Xiao Yan's signal, the group stood on a certain mountain peak. Hugh. After nearly a day of recuperation, the injuries within Xiao Yan's body had clearly recovered significantly. Even though this was the case, he was still unable to shake off the fact that he was still weak. The reason why he had led everyone to stop at this moment was naturally because of those 3 old fellows. By relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan had clearly discovered that the 3 experts from the Crossing Disaster sect were less than 15 minutes away from them. If they were to continue in this manner, the final result would naturally be that they would not be able to escape. A couple of Origin Kings carrying a seriously injured Origin Emperor to face 3 experts of the Origin Zone class at the same time. That kind of result naturally went without saying. Xiao Yan rested for a moment on the mountain peak. Soon after, he once again gathered 3 types of heavenly flames in front of the stunned gazes of the few people around him. Even the seed flames were kneaded together. The few of them immediately understood what Xiao Yan wanted to do when they saw this familiar scene. He wanted to agglomerate the angry Buddha lotus flame. With their strength alone, they were naturally unable to stop the 3-source zone. However, if the angry Buddha lotus flame were to explode, the strength that it would create would naturally be able to stop them for a while. Their group would also be able to delay them for a while. Although the few people present were able to see through Xiao Yan's thoughts, the few of them involuntarily felt worried when they saw him taking such a risk. You are crazy. You have yet to recover from your serious injuries and do not have much strength left in your body. If you agglomerate the angry Buddha lotus flame, won't you be treating your life as a joke? Bai Hua and the little fairy doctor had grave expressions on their faces. They were just about to stop him when the situation in front of them no longer allowed them to intervene. They were naturally aware of how frightening a heavenly flame was. Once they failed to stop him, it was likely that Xiao Yan's current body would be instantly turned into ashes. Hugh, Xiao Yan merely smiled in a comforting manner in the face of everyone's worry. His pale white face carried a warm smile, but it caused one to feel exhaustion. Putting aside the difficulty of continuously using such a high-class Do skill, just the exhaustion of one's Genesis Qi and spiritual strength was extremely great. If this continued, it was likely that Xiao Yan would end up with irreversible sequelae. However, the heavenly flames had already merged and there was naturally no possibility of stopping. Everything could only wait until the fire lotus was completely agglomerated. As the heavenly flame gradually gathered in Xiao Yan's hand, the three auras in the distant horizon grew closer and closer to Xiao Yan's group. In fact, the few of them had already faintly sensed the location of Xiao Yan's group. Haha, is it because they can't run, or are they simply waiting for death because they know that death is certain? High up in the sky, an old man could not help but reveal a sneer on his old face after discovering the location of Xiao Yan's group. Trying to escape alive from the pursuit of three origin sect experts was simply nonsense. Increase your speed and give chase. Be careful not to make any mistakes. The old man leading the trio involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still cautioned the others in a cautious manner. His body jerked as he flew forward at an even faster speed. Chapter 13-17. Under the starry night sky, Xiao Yan's group was on top of a certain mountain peak. At this moment, a wash basin-sized fire lotus floated in the air between Xiao Yan's palms. It slowly rotated as light as a feather. The curling flames leaped between the petals of the lotus like fairies. Beautiful sparks streaked across the sky, leaving behind numerous dark black lines. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to its original calm state. After the fire lotus was formed, three human figures swiftly rushed over from the southern horizon. Their lightning-like speed left behind three long afterimages in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan's group. All of them wore cold expressions as they stared at Xiao Yan's group on the mountain peak. The light from the fire lotus illuminated the mountain peak where Xiao Yan's group was. The beautiful fire light also attracted the attention of the three origin sect experts. This was especially the case when they sensed the dangerous aura that spread from the fire lotus. Even with their cultivations, their expressions involuntarily changed. Is what Su Jin said true? This brat is really able to agglomerate a frightening Do skill that can shake origin sect experts. However, is this really something an initial origin emperor can do? Even though the truth was placed in front of their eyes, this shocking reality still caused them to be unable to easily believe it. How could an origin emperor agglomerate such a powerful Do skill? What is he trying to do? Take us down with him? That's impossible. If the three of us were to join hands, it would be impossible for him to drag us down regardless of how powerful his strange Do skill is. After musing for a moment, the one to the left of the leading old man suddenly opened his mouth. His tone contained some cold mockery. However, what if his aim is not to take us down with him, but to use the energy produced by this Do skill to delay us? Once this Do skill is unleashed, even you and I will not be able to easily receive it. If they want to take advantage of this opportunity to flee, it will naturally be much safer with the energy ripples covering their auras. However, if the power of the Do skill is too great and implicates them, not only will they not be able to escape, they will also end up in a hopeless situation. In short, this is a risky move. If Xiao Yan could think of this, he would not be an exception. Although this method was indeed dangerous, he could not help but feel admiration for Xiao Yan's heroic spirit. Such courage was naturally something an extraordinary person would possess. If Xiao Yan were to grow in the future, he would definitely become a hero of his generation. Unfortunately, the moment Xiao Yan killed Tang Long, he had already stood on the opposite side of the Du Ai sect. Regardless of what happened today, they would definitely kill Xiao Yan in order to eliminate any future trouble. Brat, are you really not afraid of death? Using such a method that is no different from suicide to stop us. Do you think you have any chance of escaping? The old man slowly stepped forward and looked at Xiao Yan, who was on the opposite cliff. At this time, the power that Xiao Yan possessed was enough to make them take him seriously. Hey, if I don't do this, I won't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Xiao Yan merely snorted disdainfully. The old man immediately scrunched his brows. He quietly circulated the Genesis Qi in his body and opened his mouth again. How about this, you disperse the fire lotus in your hand and return our sect's saintess. This matter will be considered over and you and I won't disturb each other, okay? No. Xiao Yan merely smiled coldly when he heard this. His weak body forcefully stood up. His gaze was calm as it slowly swept over the three of them. His hand was gently pushed forward and the fire lotus lingering above his palm slowly drifted out at this moment. It gently drifted through the empty air and shot toward the three old men on the other side. Xiao Yan's expression changed when he saw this scene. "Brat, you can't escape." The old man's expression instantly darkened when he saw the fire lotus shooting over. He cursed in a low voice. Soon after, he and the other two people beside him flipped their palms, and Genesis Chi immediately gushed out from their palms in preparation to meet the fire lotus. Explode. Xiao Yan ignored the old man's words. His body involuntarily softened after he sent out the fire lotus in his hand. Bai Hua by his side hurriedly helped him up. After which, the group hurriedly turned around and swiftly flew toward the north. In the next second, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and an earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded over the entire place. A dazzling white light shot out in all directions from the center of the explosion. The entire world instantly turned into daytime. A pair of golden-colored eyes watched the scene that had occurred in the dark night from the distant horizon. There was an unusual glint in those eyes. At the same time, under the cover of the white light, everything in the world gathered toward the center of the explosion uncontrollably. A frightening suction force covered the bodies of Bai Hua and the others. Just as it was about to pull their bodies into it, the northern king within Xiao Yan's storage ring was suddenly released. It led the few of them away from the explosion area at a lightning-like speed. Bzz 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 bzz. The aftershock of the explosion swept apart, transforming into numerous storms. Even though they were a great distance away, it still caused Bai Hua's group to be extremely shocked. The few of them did not have the time to imagine the situation of the three experts from the source zone under the angry Buddha lotus flame. They used all their strength to borrow the opportunity that Xiao Yan had created to fly toward the north. In the sky, the storm formed by the Buddha's fiery lotus lasted for nearly an hour. The entire area was washed away by its power, and all traces of the group of five had completely disappeared. Although the three crossing disaster sect elders were not seriously injured, they were still somewhat injured by the fire lotus. When they looked at the scene before them again, the trio's old faces trembled in anger. They looked at each other, and when they saw each other's charred and miserable appearances, the anger in their hearts grew even greater. The dignified elders of the Origin sect and the Crossing Disaster sect had actually been reduced to such a miserable state by a brat from the borders of the continent. How could they endure such humiliation? As the anger in their hearts rose, their fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. If Xiao Yan appeared in front of them at this moment, the three of them would definitely tear him to shreds without any hesitation. However, they could no longer detect even the slightest trace of Xiao Yan's group's aura. They could only rely on the approximate direction that the group had left in to determine their target before continuing to head north. Su Zhen, who had withdrawn his aura, finally revealed himself on a certain mountain peak in the dark night after the three of them had left. He was somewhat shocked as he recalled the scene that he had seen earlier. He did not dare to imagine that Xiao Yan was actually able to display such a frightening Do technique in his seriously injured state. If Xiao Yan was allowed to continue growing, would he not become a formidable opponent in the future? The murderous intent in Su Zhen's eyes grew even denser when he thought of this. Chapter 13-18. The next day. In the sky above the boundless sea of trees, a few figures quickly flew past. The huge wind pressure formed huge gullies in the sea of trees below. The wind and waves swept across. In the blink of an eye, this group of people had already appeared at the edge of the sky. After a night of flying, the distance between Xiao Yan's group and the three Du-E sect experts had widened once again. It was likely that the three Du-E sect experts would not be able to catch up to them anytime soon. It was at this moment that Xiao Yan, who was on Bai Hua's back, suddenly experienced another abnormality. Xiao Yan's group was within a cave that had just been opened in the mountain forest. At this moment, the little fairy doctor and the others were looking at the pale-faced Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged on a green rock in front of them with worried expressions. No one had expected that the latter's cultivation would actually break through at such a moment. When the angry Buddha lotus flame had exploded 2 nights ago, the barrier between Xiao Yan and the two-star Origin Emperor had also been broken. However, the situation had been urgent at the time, and the latter had endured the injuries in his body while suppressing the impending breakthrough in his body. However, it was only at dawn that the abnormality in Xiao Yan's body could no longer be suppressed. The group had no choice but to temporarily open up a cave for Xiao Yan to make a breakthrough. A breakthrough in cultivation was naturally a good thing, but the situation was different, and the risks one had to face were naturally different. If it was any other time, Everyone would naturally be happy that Xiao Yan's cultivation had broken through. However, Xiao Yan's injuries had yet to heal, and his meridians had also been severely damaged from the two energy burdens. If he made a breakthrough now, his meridians would likely be unable to withstand the enormous amount of pure energy. If the damage was too severe, the damage would be irreparable. However, at this point they could only hope that Xiao Yan would be able to make a breakthrough safely. On the boulder, as Xiao Yan circulated the qi in his body, wave after wave of energy suddenly appeared in the surrounding air. A huge tornado gathered around Xiao Yan's body, and Genesis qi surged towards Xiao Yan's body. His body immediately began to tremble uncontrollably, and his originally pale face looked even weaker. The mixed natural energy poured into Xiao Yan's body from the pores all over his body and entered the various qi pads immediately. It caused the weak qi pads to swell and distort. The expression on Xiao Yan's face also became slightly distorted. A painful expression was revealed between his brows. His body had suffered 2 consecutive impacts from enormous amounts of energy. At this moment, it was being poured in by this turbulent natural energy. The wild and violent nature that was contained within it caused the qi pads in his body to have difficulty enduring it. Soon after, however, the heavenly flame surged out and poured into his various qi pads, refining and absorbing the wild, violent energy. Only then did the entire process gradually stabilize. Xiao Yan's trembling body also recovered its calmness. By the side, the little fairy doctor's pretty eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, who had calmed down. Her tightly clenched hands also relaxed slightly. Only then did the few people around quietly sigh in relief. Although the energy was relatively mixed, it was fortunate that the heavenly fire was able to reduce quite a bit of trouble. After being refined by the heavenly fire, the enormous amount of Genesis qi was transformed into pure strands of energy, which were then refined and absorbed along the path of the flame mantra, ultimately converging into the qi whirlpool. The aura in Xiao Yan's body was also gradually recovering. With the support of an endless supply of Genesis qi, the injuries in Xiao Yan's body would recover even faster. This was good news for them. As time gradually flowed, the amount of Genesis qi that flowed into the meridians in Xiao Yan's body gradually increased, causing the burden on his meridians to once again increase. Even with the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame, his meridians had already suffered significant damage. Even with the protection of the heavenly flame, the pressure brought about by the enormous amount of energy still gradually climbed. In fact, one could even see that the skin all over Xiao Yan's body had turned bright red as it continued to absorb and refine Genesis qi. His muscles were stiff and his veins were exposed. The speed at which the Genesis qi was absorbed and refined grew faster and faster. On the other side, the 3 elders from the Du Yi sect had once again given chase. The distance between the two parties swiftly shrunk. It was likely that they would once again catch up to this group in less than 4 hours. This time around, Xiao Yan was destined not to be able to agglomerate the angry Buddha lotus flame. Without any trump cards to protect them, the group would be powerless to fight back if they encountered the 3 Du Yi sect experts again. One could easily imagine the ending that awaited them. In the cave, Xiao Yan's situation was increasingly dangerous. His scarlet-red skin had become scalding hot, and waves of Genesis qi uncontrollably overflowed from his pores all over his body. Tiny traces of blood also gradually appeared on Xiao Yan's body, and the aura in his body grew increasingly tyrannical. If he continued to endlessly absorb Genesis qi, Xiao Yan's body would likely explode and die before the 3 Du Yi sect elders arrived. But it was also at this time that an old man wearing a brocade robe appeared outside the cave where the few of them were. A pair of golden eyes glanced slightly, and with his huge spiritual perception, he immediately noticed the abnormality in the cave. Heavenly fire, It seems that I can't be wrong. It's him. But why would he provoke the Du Yi sect for no reason? The old man softly laughed. He appeared to have recognized something. His body immediately flashed and transformed into a ray of light in the blink of an eye that shot into the mountain cave. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. But the sudden turn of events caused the expressions of Bai Hua and the rest to change drastically. However, before they could do anything, a powerful pressure abruptly descended above their heads. Their figures were instantly rooted to the spot, and even the Genesis qi that was circulating in their bodies was forcibly suppressed. The hearts of the few of them were greatly shocked. Who would have thought that the other party would actually suddenly attack at such a moment? Before they could even clearly see the face of this person, the latter had already walked in front of Xiao Yan. His gaze sized up the person in front of him. TSK, what tyrannical physical strength. If it weren't for this, your body would have exploded under the impact of the energy. The old man gasped twice in surprise before slowly turning his head to look at Bai Hua and the others. When he saw the cold killing intent on their faces, he chuckled and said, "You guys aren't bad. To think that two of you possessed the woeful poison body. It's no wonder that the Dewey sect would come looking for you. But I don't have time to deal with you guys now." The old man immediately raised both of his hands after his laughter sounded. A thought passed through his mind and the surging spiritual strength between his brows surged out. At the same time, the seal between his fingers changed and a layer of glass-like golden light agglomerated and formed on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Mysterious symbols gathered and transformed into a formation that covered Xiao Yan's entire body. The Heavenly Chief Formation. This is a grade 5 formation. It should be enough to stabilize your body for the time being. Hehe, on account of that, kid, I'll give this to you as well. After activating the formation, the old man hesitated for a moment before retrieving a purple pill from his storage ring. With a flip of his hand, he fed it to Xiao Yan. The moment the pill entered his body, a surge of medicinal power that was several times stronger than that of a grade 6 pill turned into a warm current that swiftly spread throughout Xiao Yan's body. The damaged meridians and bones in his body swiftly recovered under the effects of the medicinal power. The uncontrollable enormous Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body flowed into the Qi whirlpool as the blaze art Qi swiftly circulated. Even his complexion recovered substantially in a short period of time. The effects of a grade 7 pill are indeed different. You'd better remember this debt and pay it back in the future. Upon seeing this, the old man smiled mockingly. With a thought, the pressure that enveloped Bai Hua and the rest stealthily faded. Chapter 13-19. At a glance, one could only see lush greenery that stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, a cool breeze would blow past, and giant verdant corridors would appear above the lush sea of trees. These corridors would spread from afar, before finally disappearing at the end of one's line of sight. It was a rather spectacular sight. Above the sea of trees was the azure sky. At this moment, a few figures were swiftly flying over from the empty sky. Their eagle-like sharp gazes carefully swept across the forest below. Although the dense forest was vast, everything within the mountain forest was clearly displayed in their minds thanks to their enormous spiritual perception. In particular, the few remaining weak auras at a certain location caused their minds to tremble. This continued until a certain moment, when their gazes peered through the gaps in the mountain forest and saw a cave that had just been excavated in a certain backlit mountain valley. Cold smiles simultaneously appeared from the corners of the trio's mouths. "Let's see where you can run to now. Surround them. Do not let a single one of them leave this place alive." The two people beside him immediately nodded heavily at the old man's command. Their bodies moved and the three figures swiftly descended. Each of them took up a corner and surrounded the cave below. Regardless of how great their ability was, it was impossible for this group of people to escape after being surrounded by three experts from the Source sect. They also believed that with Xiao Yan's seriously injured body, it was impossible for him to create a second fire lotus like the one he had created the last time. However, at the same time that these three old men descended, the sound of footsteps also sounded within the dimly lit mountain cave. As the three of them looked over, 5 human figures appeared in their eyes. The person leading them was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. At this moment he had borrowed the medicinal strength of the Tier 7 medicinal pill. Although he did not dare to say that he had completely recovered from the injuries on his body, he was still mostly healed. Additionally, there was an unceasing amount of medicinal strength within his body that was healing his injured body. His entire condition was naturally much better. His originally bloodless face had once again recovered a sleek redness. Even the aura of his entire person had been raised by a lot. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already become a 2-star origin emperor. The few of them stepped out of the cave in unison. Their dense eyes had already landed on the 3 Dui sect's elders. When the 3 of them on the other side saw Xiao Yan, who was brimming with energy at this moment, the muscles on their faces involuntarily twitched. The frightening scene when the fire lotus exploded was still vivid in their eyes. Now that Xiao Yan had recovered to such an extent, once he agglomerated another fire lotus, would it not? Fortunately, when the trio saw that there was no fire lotus between Xiao Yan's hands, the tensed emotions in their hearts relaxed a little. Immediately, a chilling intent surged in their eyes as they looked at the 5 people in front of them. "Brat, let's see how you will escape from our hands this time." With a low cry, the bodies of the 3 people in front of him suddenly shook. A vast and mighty force and pressure immediately swept out from the bodies of the 3 people, shaking the surrounding mountain forest until it shook. However, the expressions of Xiao Yan's group did not change at this moment. Xiao Yan coldly smiled as he sensed the frightening force and pressure that swiftly spread around him. His lips parted slightly as he said with a faint smile, "Don't worry. Elder, please." Just as his voice sounded, a powerful aura that was not inferior to the three people in front of him instantly surged out from within the cave, blocking the auras of the three people outside. The gazes of the three people also changed abruptly at this moment. "This is Source Sect. Who's sneaking around? Come out and speak if you have the ability." The expression of the old man in the lead sank. He had never expected that a mysterious Source Sect expert would suddenly appear at such a time. In this way it would be much more troublesome for them to capture Xiao Yan and the rest. Fortunately, from the aura the other party was only a single Source Sect expert. Even though there was some pressure, it was still within a tolerable range. "Aha, you say that I'm sneaking around? Compared to you incomparably disgusting fellows, this old man is much more open and above board. At the very least, my heavenly cloud villa will not sacrifice a living person. Unlike you who won't even let off your own little saintess. After so many years, you're actually still dreaming of such wishful thinking." It was also at this moment that a loud laughter that contained ridicule was suddenly emitted from within the cave. Soon after, an old man wearing a cloud brocade robe appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group. His face was filled with disdain as he looked at the three people in front of him. "It's you, Luo Hao." The expressions of the three crossing disaster sect elders immediately changed drastically when they saw the person before them. As they cried out involuntarily, their expressions simultaneously turned grave. Luo Hao, the deputy villa master of Heavenly Cloud Villa. He was a 6-star Source Sect expert. Due to his 7 brothers, they were also known as the 7 heroes of the Luo clan in the central region. They usually guarded the northern region of the central region and rarely showed themselves. Luo Hao, who stood before them, was the 3rd brother. Although Luo Hao was by himself, the 3 of them naturally knew very well that every single one of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan possessed extremely great battle prowess. This was not because of how great their cultivation was, but because they were all powerful formation masters. Their understanding of formations was probably the best on the continent. The Heavenly Cloud Villa was the only powerful organization on the continent that used formations as a legacy. With the strength of their formation masters, any one of them could easily fight against 2 experts of the same level. If they used their full strength, even the 3 of them might not be able to take down Luo Hao. As they thought about this, the expressions on the old faces of the 3 became increasingly ugly. Who would have thought that they would meet the people from the Heavenly Cloud Villa at such a time? The 4 big forces were originally at odds with each other and there was no lack of private fights. Now that they had met, it was likely that today's matter would not be resolved so easily. "Luo Hao, you want to interfere with the matters of my crossing disaster sect?" After a while, the face of the old man in the lead sank as he spoke with a sinister tone. "Haha, so what if I interfere? This old man doesn't find it troublesome to deal with the 3 of you." Luo Hao chuckled upon hearing this but did not take it to heart. He did not have a good impression of this group of people in front of him. Furthermore, Xiao Yan had some relationship with Luo Jin. By doing this he could save Xiao Yan and his group, and also dampen their arrogance. Why not? "Luo Hao, don't be too arrogant. Although the 7 heroes of the Luo clan have some reputation in the central region, your Heavenly Cloud Villa is just a group of origin sections. If the sect master of my crossing disaster sect personally comes, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences." "You mean that my Heavenly Cloud Villa is afraid of you? So what if you're a origin venerate? If you think that my Heavenly Cloud Villa is easy to bully, then feel free to come. Others may be afraid of your crossing disaster sect, but my Heavenly Cloud Villa is not." Luo Hao's cold shout was heard the moment the former's words faded. The sinister intent in his words caused the faces of the 3 people to turn increasingly ugly. Heavenly Cloud Villa naturally had its own foundation since it was able to become one of the 4 great factions. Wanting to rely on their own origin venerate experts to scare off the latter was a little too naive. While the faces of the 3 origin sect experts darkened, Luo Hao once again sneered and continued. "Su Shuang, with me here today, you are destined not to be able to take these brats away. If you still want to stay, I don't mind making the crossing disaster sect lose 3 elders." The emotions of the 3 of them immediately shook when these words were uttered. They had already barged into the territory of the Heavenly Cloud Villa in the middle of the night yesterday. If they were to be trapped here by Luo Hao at this moment, it was likely that the situation would be even more disadvantageous for them should the other experts from the Heavenly Cloud Villa be summoned. Su Shuang bitterly clenched her teeth after thinking and struggling in this manner for a while. Her vicious gaze slowly swept over Xiao Yan's group. Finally it paused on Luo Hao. Only then did she lead the other two people beside her and suddenly turn around before swiftly flying toward the southern sky. Chapter 13:20. The next day. Under Luo Hao's lead, Xiao Yan's group finally arrived safely at the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Even though the journey was a little dangerous, they were fortunately safe and sound. In particular, Xiao Yan's cultivation had successfully broken through to the level of a 2-star origin emperor. This was a joyous matter. When they arrived at the Heavenly Cloud Villa, the scene in front of them was very different from what Xiao Yan had imagined. The so-called Heavenly Cloud Villa was not really a huge villa. Instead, it was a strangely built and majestic ancient city. This entire city was where the Heavenly Cloud Villa was located. The ancient city walls that extended to the end of one's sight, the strange stone towers that towered into the clouds, and the mysterious talismans that could be seen everywhere. All of these explained the mystery of this city to Xiao Yan's group. Moreover, this was only the scene that they could see from outside the city. This city did not have a specific city gate. One could only enter through a formation. Otherwise, one would be blocked outside by the formation that covered the sky above the city. Fortunately, with Luo Hao's lead, this group was able to save a lot of trouble. After entering the city, the various buildings of different heights opened their eyes. Compared to other places, the Heavenly Cloud Villa was more like an independent world. Everyone's eyes were filled with a dazzling golden color. Even the clothes that the majority of the people were wearing were completely covered in gold. Gold-colored undergarments stood in various parts of the city like flags. Between the streets and alleys, there would occasionally be gold-colored light gathering, transforming into many mysterious formations. This is really a world of formations. Seeing the formations that floated in all directions, Xiao Yan's group could not help but reveal a surprised expression in their eyes. Formation masters, who were rarely seen in the outside world, could be seen everywhere in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Compared to other places, this place was more like a paradise for formation masters. Haha, my Heavenly Cloud Villa started with formations. Formations have been passed down from generation to generation. Most of the clan members are also formation masters. We do have some reputation in the middle region. Unfortunately, we are far inferior to the Pill Tower. Luo Hao chuckled, but his words were filled with some regret. They were both miracles created by spiritual strength, but alchemists were able to receive the respect and admiration of the entire continent. However, the fame of array masters was far inferior. In this regard, Xiao Yan could only sigh helplessly. When he was in Donghua City, Zhang Li had also expressed his feelings about this. However, the reality was like this and there was nothing he could do. They could only hope that in the future, the way of matrices would also be able to win a place in this vast continent. Under Luo Hao's lead, the group arrived at the deepest part of the city. There was indeed a magnificent manor there. Then they saw a few higher-ups of Tianyun Mountain. Among them there was a middle-aged man, 2 old men and Luo Ao. A respectful smile immediately appeared on Xiao Yan's face when he saw Luo Ao again. It was his first time in the middle region, and he had finally met a familiar face. His tensed nerves finally relaxed completely. He owed Luo Ao a lot, and now that he saw the former again he naturally could not help but praise him. Origin Emperor? How did you go from Returnance to Origin Emperor in just 3 years? Surprise involuntarily appeared on Luo Ao's old face when he sensed the dense aura from Xiao Yan's body. Luo Jin had already told him about Xiao Yan when he returned to the clan over 3 years ago. He had already felt extremely surprised when he learned that Xiao Yan's cultivation had already reached the Returnance realm. However, he had never expected Xiao Yan's cultivation to have already reached the Origin King level. The other old man and the middle-aged man were shocked when they heard Luo Ao's words. In just over 3 years he had gone from Returnance to Origin Emperor. His cultivation speed was just a little too terrifying. Even Luo Hao, who had traveled with Xiao Yan's group on this day, had a similar change in expression when he heard these words. Luo Ao's words were really a little shocking. Xiao Yan could only smile awkwardly in response. He bowed towards Luo Ao and said politely, "I'm just a junior. I was only lucky enough to break through thanks to some fortuitous encounters and cultivation methods." Only then did the people present calm down slightly. It would have been fine if he had relied on fortuitous encounters and cultivation methods, but if he had really relied on his talent to reach this level, going from Returnance to Origin King in just 3 short years was just far too terrifying. Whether it's talent or fortuitous encounters, since Xiao Yan has already become an Origin Emperor, you obviously deserve it. Immediately, the middle-aged man among the few of them took a step forward and spoke to Xiao Yan with a warm smile on his face. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly bowed and replied at the same time. May I ask who Senior is? I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Luo Cheng, the Villa Master of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. I'm also Luo Jin's father. This is Luo Xiong, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. There should be no need for me to introduce Luo Hao. You must have gotten to know each other on the way here. Luo Cheng smiled as he glanced around the group. When Xiao Yan heard that, his expression could not help but change. He had obviously guessed Luo Cheng's identity long ago. It was not difficult to guess the identity of a middle-aged man who could stand with these people. As for Luo Xiong, Xiao Yan had learned a few things about the Heavenly Cloud Villa from Luo Hao along the way. The so-called 7 heroes of the Luo clan had left a deep impression on him. Luo Xiong was the leader of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan. At the same time, he was the person with the greatest cultivation. Xiao Yan had never imagined that the leader of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan would actually appear in front of him. It was indeed a little surprising. It was said that every single one of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan had reached the level of a source ancestor. Furthermore, there was only a difference of 1 star between each of them. The leader, Luo Xiong, was an 8-star source ancestor. Luo Hao was a 6-star source ancestor and was ranked 3rd. Luo Ao was ranked 5th and was a 4-star source ancestor. These people were the strongest trump cards of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Although their cultivations were below the level of a source venerate, their attainments in the Tao of formations were unparalleled in the entire continent. If they worked together, they could even put up a fight against a source venerate. This was also the reason why Luo Hao had not been afraid of Su Shuang's threats the day before. Just as the few of them were chatting and laughing, a white-clothed figure swiftly flew over from the depths of the manor. His figure swiftly flew over the top of the buildings. Although it was somewhat rude, he arrived in front of this group of people in the blink of an eye. Looking at this figure, who else could it be other than Luo Jin?